All right, welcome to the Grayzone. It's Max Blumenthal, and we've got a lot to talk about today. We're about to be streaming live on Rockspin. We've got a nice echo there.
A lot to talk about.
Is that on your speaker, Afshin?
We've got a nice echo there.
Afshin,
It is an echo.
if you're watching on YouTube, if you can cancel that, if you can just exit the YouTube.
I don't think I am.
Afshin, if you're watching on YouTube, if you can cancel that, if you can just.
Well, we're having some technical difficulties.
If you're watching on YouTube.
Either I can't hear
Afshin,
you.
you don't have a YouTube tab
or
open? Okay, we're good now.
Either I can't hear you or there's the echo.
Can you hear me now?
Good now.
Either I can't hear you
No,
or there's the echo.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly, but then there's an echo back.
I can't hear you or
Just when I was saying that your setups at the Grayzone are perfect always.
Yeah, you have a tab open. You have our YouTube tab open, Afshin. So,
No YouTube tab.
Do you happen to have headphones?
You have our YouTube tab open, Afshin.
I don't.
No YouTube tab. You happen to have headphones?
I do. I do, but I won't be able to hear you.
Well, you will if you use headphones.
I do, but I won't be able to hear you.
Well, we're gonna be back in 1 second. All right, we're gonna try to bring Afshin back and see if we resolve these audio difficulties. Afshin, do we still have an echo?
Hearing
on
the
side?
echo again.
Okay, it must be a time delay because I am not hearing you. I'm not hearing myself.
No, it's something to. I think it's a setting at that end in the belly of the beast in DC.
So you're hearing an echo from yourself.
Yeah, I'm hearing everything echoed back, and I think so are you, right?
All right, well, our sound is good. Our viewers are saying the sound is good. So what we're going to do.
All right. Okay. Well, it's.
So here's what I suggest we do. You take one headphone out.
Okay. All right, I can hear you.
All right. Well, we're gonna try it, and if the echo is too disconcerting for you, then you can when you speak, you can take both headphones out, and I'll just let you go off, because that's pretty much what I'm going to do anyway. You're going to be talking about the political meltdown that's taking place in Whitehall in the UK. Mr. Identity Politics, Rishi Sunak, something we on the other side of the pond don't quite understand. So you're gonna pretty much have the floor, and I think we'll be able to also talk about some other issues. But anyway, everyone, welcome back to the Gray Zone. Thanks for bearing with us. Reporting to you from Washington. Afshin, where are you right now?
I'm in Dubai. So in a sense, this is going to be slightly biased commentary for the first time ever. I mean, obviously biased, because Liz Truss, the prime minister who resigned in the past few days after a very short-lived premiership, she was foreign secretary in the Boris Johnson government who instituted a ban on a free press, draconian ban, following on, obviously, from what's been happening to Julian Assange in London. This was even worse than banning CGTN and Press TV and all sorts of different networks, in the sense that they got rid of going underground and I had to leave the country because new draconian legislation said that, well, basically I was liable for sanction. No one can oppose that war against Russia through Ukraine. And actually the echo is gone now. I was going to talk about echo chambers, of course, about Rishi.
Well, yeah, we're getting in the pocket.
I'm in Dubai. I'm in Dubai, in the heart of the Middle East.
Well, this is Dubiased commentary, as our listener and viewer Carl Johnson just commented. And yeah, it's a remarkable story. For those of you who don't know Afshin, and I'm sure most of you do, Afshin Rattansi has been the host of Going Underground, which was one, in my opinion, one of the finest political commentary and interview shows in the UK. And now you're saying, Afshin, that you have essentially been driven out of the country as free speech has basically was canceled under the shortest serving prime minister ever, Liz Truss.
Yeah, when she was foreign secretary. I'm trying to be lighthearted about it, but actually, I mean, my father died a few months ago, a month or so ago. I was advised not to be able to return to Britain. Such is the level of the special statute that just appeared as a press release on the British Foreign Office website. And lawyers were not able to represent me in England because lawyers told me they too could be sanctioned for being able to help me. So they'd continually have to give advice, saying to me things like, "This is not advice. This is just an idea." But it was crazy. I mean, I was born in Britain. I was born in Cambridge, and just having to, ship all my stuff out and leave the country for fear of my passport, my only passport, being taken away, and therefore not being able to travel, and therefore opening myself up for more persecution. And the shadow of Assange, of course, Assange was interviewed numerous times on Going Underground. It lingers over Britain. I know it lingers over the world because WikiLeaks was about the whole world. It frightens everyone, and we know what Britain can do to journalists. I could have gone to the States, of course, because you have that First Amendment. But Britain was not safe. I could have gone to Europe because even though Europe bans programs, it doesn't say it will sanction or take action against individual journalists just trying to exercise what you would call First Amendment rights.
Well, that's just, it's absolutely disturbing. And you really can't take chances, especially in a security state like the UK these days. given the precedent of Assange and so many other cases. And for for those who have been asking in the chat, we do have Roger Waters coming up in about 40 minutes. Roger's a mutual friend of mine and Afshin's, and we also have another special guest, or I would say a host. Anya, are you ready to join us? I think that's a yes. So we have Anya Parampil reporting from upstairs. Here she is. Hi, Anya. I think you're muted. Okay, well, I'm going to deal with, we have more technical difficulties. Basically, if you unmute that mic in front of you, you should be able to.
Is it working?
Yes, now we can hear you. So, Afshin, since you've mentioned the crackdown on free speech in the UK, I mean, give us some background here. There was a raid on The Guardian during the period of the last editorial regime, before Kath Viner kind of came in and brought in this kind of liberal interventionist identity politics, new look at The Guardian that I think was significant. But there have also been several anti-protest laws. You discussed the new laws with.
I mean, Anya. so quickly forgotten, forgotten. And when I kept on mentioning it around my newsroom, actually, in London, people used to get bored of it. But how would it be? I know people are now talking about the Assange precedent as something that would theoretically mean that the current editor, even of the Washington Post and New York Times, would have to be also sent to espionage court in Virginia because they publish WikiLeaks. Even in the United States, I don't think any of your big famous, military industrial complex newspapers of record would allow the FBI or the New York or Washington police force come into their building and smash up a laptop with a sledgehammer, was it? I can't remember what tool they used. What you're referring to there was when a laptop was given to the British Guardian newspaper, which of late so much has been written about that, how that newspaper, which did have some very important journalists over the past 50 years, 100 years, when it was a Manchester Guardian before that, of how it tried to take down Jeremy Corbyn. There were WikiLeaks files on a laptop. The Guardian editor invited them in. In fact, Alan Rusbridger then came on Going Underground to say he knew that they had a backup. But still, the precedent of allowing Metropolitan Police, Scotland Yard officers in to a newspaper building to smash up a laptop full of vital information about in the words of the title of your book, the management of savagery all around the world, was quite something. And of course, that took place not long, was it after or before Glenn Greenwald's husband was stopped at London airport and detained?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was before.
Under the Terrorism Act in Britain. I mean, that's where we got with journalism in Britain. And I have a past with this because I worked on the BBC's flagship radio program, the Today program. It was famous because Britain's nuclear deterrent theoretically works on whether the Today program is broadcast 3 consecutive days. If they're not broadcast, they assume Britain's been destroyed. And the Today program, well, everyone was kind of fired because, of course, we had the story from the government scientist David Kelly, who leaked to us that the weapons of mass destruction dossier about Iraq was sexed up. So, I mean, this has been a long time running. A regular guest on Going Underground, John Pilger, said, look, things have been getting worse and worse. And he personally told me, as regards what was happening to us when Russia moved in to protect Donbas, that he'd never seen anything quite like this. He's been saying phrases like that quite a lot of late, of course, because we've never seen quite the level of torture against Julian Assange, who, as I understand it, has coronavirus and is in solitary confinement, and his lawyer said he's on the verge of death. We haven't seen things like that, have we? It's not since the 19th century, maybe not since the 18th century.
Yeah, it seems like a new. We've just when you think the assault on any concept of the freedom of the press can't get worse, or we're again talking to a journalist right now who was forced out of the United Kingdom simply because his show is hosted on by a network that the British government views for some reason as an enemy, an actual media network. Afshin, I mean, just for me, knowing that you named this show Going Underground after a wonderful song by The Jam that actually is about rejecting British society or feeling that British society has nothing to offer and that you're forced underground. Now that show has literally been forced underground. I mean, what is the meaning of that to you?
Yeah, I mean, having said that, I think we did inquire about trying to use Paul Weller's music on the titles of Going Underground. Far too expensive, as it turned out. But, I mean, I shouldn't over-exaggerate the pain caused to the team of Going Underground team, although, of course, they've had to leave their families and friends as well, because we're going to start it up again soon, somewhere in the world, whether it be here or anywhere, because we found distributors. Obviously, the dead of Ukraine comes to mind first before the threat to press freedom. But all this does kind of lead into, I mean, yeah, you're right. Paul Weller and the Jam and the whole punk movement in Britain were writing about what was going to happen to Britain back in the early 80s, late 70s. It's got much, much worse than just banning God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols.
Yeah, why is that? What is it about British politics, British culture that it was even allowed to get to this point?
I suppose it's clear that whilst Britain, obviously since the Suez Crisis, moved and recognized US supremacy and imperialism, after Margaret Thatcher's stationing of cruise missiles in Britain, and Britain became that aircraft carrier for you, it almost seems all-encompassing in every aspect of British life. I mean, Britain was at the vanguard of the Chicago School economics in the 80s, but when Rishi Sunak and actually Liz Truss just beforehand, but when the current government starts talking about their alliance to the United States, echoing exactly what is coming from Washington when it comes to Ukraine, you can see how lockstep Britain is as a vassal state. It's actually, lockstep is not the right word, whereas before we might have said, oh, look, there is a problem over the invasion by the Reagan administration of Grenada. There is a problem over the US-backed Argentinian fascist invasion of the Falklands or Malvinas Islands. There was some kind of differences. There now is no real control or autonomy by the British government. It is an utter vassal state, controlled seemingly by the US and threatened presumably routinely by the United States government.
Well, here's one of those threats, Afshin. Mike Pompeo tells Jewish leaders he would push back against Corbyn. And here the Guardian refers to Mike Pompeo as the U.S. Secretary of State, but he's also the former CIA director. And he was just using this forum of a Israel lobby meeting in order to send a threat to Corbyn that we will. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, in fairness, I've got to say that, I mean, Corbyn himself didn't do himself many favors. Sure, he came within 2,000 votes of becoming prime minister. Sure, I'm sure they're writing stuff that will tell them, oh, it was so bad there. He threw all his colleagues under a bus, Jeremy Corbyn. I know you have parallels with that in the US with Bernie Sanders, who, of course, WikiLeaks revealed was the subject of dirty tricks by the Democratic Party, Democratic National Convention. But you know, the fact that Pompeo can clearly say that, the fact that the Al Jazeera documentary is not mentioned on British media and people are cut off apparently this week for mentioning it, detailing the smear tactics and use and weaponization of anti-Semitism against lifelong anti-fascist, anti-racist Jeremy Corbyn. I mean, that in itself shows volumes. I mean, I should say there was that documentary way before, wasn't there, where actual Israeli embassy officials were filmed talking to Labour Party people. It means nothing. It makes no difference. Outside foreign influence of British politics, is never mentioned, except only in one particular case, when it's official enemies, whether it be the Chinese government, obviously the Huawei company, which I think was kind of being celebrated outside the corridors of the People's Congress in the past few days, a big tech company, banned because, of course, they'll hack into Britain's infrastructure, not realizing that the entire electricity system in Britain, if you look it up, is linked by ownership to the Chinese Communist Party. But forget that for a second. Obviously, it's the Russians that have elected everyone in Britain for the past 20 years. Probably if the press gets tired of Rishi Sunak as he falters over some kind of support for the US, he too will be deemed a Moscow Russian asset.
Well, before we get in, go ahead, Anya.
On the topic of Jeremy Corbyn, you were making the point that he threw many of his colleagues under the bus and didn't do himself any favors when he was up against those accusations of anti-Semitism. Another major factor that I think is discussed not as often, particularly among left circles, is the role that Brexit played. We recently at the Grayzone published a piece exposing how elements within the British security state actually created this push for a second Brexit referendum after the British public had already voted to leave the European Union. And Corbyn made the decision to actually endorse that call for a second referendum, despite having previously supported Brexit. And this relates directly to what we're discussing when you say that that the British state is a complete vassal for the United States at this point, because while many people definitely and rightfully saw exiting the EU as a step in the direction of true British sovereignty, others would argue that there were interests who were trying to use Brexit as an opportunity to just push Britain completely into the US orbit.
Absolutely. I mean, these exclusives from Grayzone are keeping the world afloat in their range, and of course, they're not picked up by British media. Even though, as you outlined there, Anya, the story is spectacular, isn't it? I mean, it really does show.
Kate Clarenberg, of course, our reporter who always breaks these stories.
Yeah, and it demonstrates the fears of Atlanticists, the loss of Atlanticist politics in Britain. But of course, Brexit is a left-wing and a right-wing phenomenon because it's essentially a democratic phenomenon. Lexit, the Lexit of Tony Benn, the great mentor of so many, including Jeremy Corbyn, always asked the question about any politician. He always said, you ask who voted for that person? Why is that person there? And of course, that referred to the people in Brussels. But now, for all the talk of U.S. empire failure and failed imperialism, declining empire, and all of that, the U.S., you've got to say, I mean, there are people there pretty proudly talking about how they have captured the entire leadership, not only of Europe, but of Britain as well. So Brexit doesn't actually make that much difference anyway, because the continent of Europe, barring a few exceptions, and Britain is all in thrall to support from Washington, Washington's culture, Washington's philosophy, and Washington's geopolitical hegemonic range.
Well, before we get into Sunak, and we have by the way, just another technical thing. I think we have a ambient sound on Anya's side. I don't know if that mic is you're making that mic. Is anything with that mic? No, she's actually muted, so it might be on your side, Afshin. But anyway, we'll just keep rolling. I do want to talk about Sunak and how he relates to Brexit. But before we get into that, since Anya and Afshin brought up the reports that we've been publishing by Kit Clarenberg about Brexit. I mean, the Brexit leaks are astounding. I mean, they show essentially MI6 involvement in a campaign violating the Official Secrets Act to infiltrate the civil service and push a hard Brexit to bring the UK closer to the UK. I mean, we're talking about former MI6 director Richard Dearlove, and we exposed that exclusively. We have also Kit's report on a small anti-Brexit party undermining Corbyn, coming out of almost nowhere, and its principals were figures whose entire careers were spent in the security state or in the British Foreign Office in intelligence-related positions. So it just seems like we're constantly living through a very British coup. And as far as our reports go, as explosive as they are, I mean, we also had Kit's piece exposing a plan. We embedded the entire PowerPoint presentation, a secret plan by figures within British military intelligence to blow up the Kerch Bridge just weeks before the Kerch Bridge was attacked in a suicide truck attack by apparently Ukrainian intelligence. I assume they must have had some foreign assistance. These don't, the foreign press, and particularly the British press, does not touch them unless they want to portray us as a bunch of Putin puppets or Russian assets. They will not touch these. And it really did remind me of what just happened with the labor files, this Al Jazeera investigation showing how labor was sabotaged from within, how Jeremy Corbyn was sabotaged from within. So this was a really remarkable clip that Afshin mentioned. I thought we should play of a caller mentioning the labor files on LBC. And here's what happened.
As for Keir Starmer, I wouldn't vote for him. I wouldn't vote for him. If you watch the Labour files by Al Jazeera.
Thank you very much, Ian in Feltham. Let's go to Chris in Richmond. Chris.
A lot reminiscent of how Jeffrey Sachs was recently cut off at a New York Times forum by a significant figure. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But Afshin, what do you make of this complete whitewash of labor files, the significance of those reveals? And to me, it really shows the discipline of the British press in ignoring what the security state is doing to British politics.
Yeah, that's the cancel culture that should really be debated more than anything else, because it concerns democracy itself, the actual nature of what it is to be British, what it is the nature of a so-called Western democracy. It is absolutely chilling the way the discipline is showed time and time again, even when there are new channels, because in the past few months there's another Murdoch television channel in Britain, there's other channels. But then, of course, if one goes back to, say, Gary Webb in the United States and his attempt to talk about drugs and the dirty wars in Central America during the Reagan administration, you see how the press falls in line. So maybe we're just more shocked because we've got more information, and this has just been par for the course and going on for a very long time indeed. And that there are, in fact, openings for more democratic control and the possibility of more democracy, and the hopes being dashed are what is influencing our shock at the fact that every journalist will look at these stories, or a presenter on a phone-in show. They'll just go, "No, don't touch that. Don't touch that story. Mustn't cover it."
Well, let's turn to Rishi Sunak. Here's how he's being presented to us. I think this headline really sums it up well. Rishi Sunak, the super rich former banker who will be the first person of color to lead Britain. This is CNN. So it's kind of like the post-presidency Obama, he gets, but he's going in rich beforehand. He's married to a super rich heiress. Her father is an extremely significant person within the tech world. Who is Rishi Sunak? Why is he suddenly prime minister? And I guess what the hell happened with Liz Truss?
Well, I think it's very profound, that CNN headline. One could actually write a huge thesis on how the left was hijacked often by secret agents, as we now know, as leaks came out later, of how the idea of class politics was destroyed in Western countries in favor of identity politics, so that all we see in Rishi Sunak is, and it's repeated in every newspaper, every television channel in Europe and in the US, that this is a person of color, therefore, just as what happened with Obama, just as what happened with Kamala Harris. You've talked on Grayzone so often about the atrocities and the and the millions of people killed, wounded, or displaced of color at the hands of Obama, let alone those who were imprisoned for long stays in prison at the hands of prosecutor Kamala Harris, people, again, of color. The idea that yet again it's being brought out, I mean, I can understand why the Indian government is proud, or at least is interested. There are some interesting echoes there of what's going on. But does anyone seriously think that a person of color, that a gay person, a lesbian person, a black person, any from any minority would ever be prime minister of Britain if they didn't come from a particular class? Isn't there a reason why there's no white working class possibility of becoming prime minister of Britain? And as for who Rishi Sunak is, he has done untold damage, misery. What he did as Chancellor of the Exchequer, it's difficult to actually think about. I mean, it was another man of color, actually, a British footballer, Marcus Rashford, that came to the rescue of children who couldn't eat free lunch at school because this billionaire's husband, Sunak, said, let's stop poor children being able to have lunch at school. That's the level of the depravity of the man. Of course, he was a Goldman Sachs alumni. Goldman Sachs is basically what, a benefit company, because it survives on welfare. It was bailed out, and it looks clear that while the mainstream media, stenographer media, is talking about his past, that his father was a small pharmacist immigrant, and this is a great success story. The damage he's already done, even before becoming prime minister, to the people of color, let alone to the vast majority of people in Britain, is clear to see. It's just very difficult to even conceive of the idea of this being emblematic of a person being color, becoming prime minister, and therefore this and therefore that.
Anya, you're muted.
I hear his garden parties are some of the best in Britain, though. They're the hottest.
I haven't been
in London.
I haven't been invited to them. His speech said he's above politics. I mean, that's automatically a bit scary. He talked about the environment, which, given that I think they've announced fracking, I don't know how that works out. And he talked about compassion, which doesn't really make much sense in his previous political career. He's a very short one. He's only been 2 years in any type of government position. But he was very quick to recite the trope about a government being like a small shop. He said the debt should not be passed to future generations. Now, that shows obviously a bizarre lack of knowledge of how a state economy works and how a state works. Even a former Bank of England governor, Mervyn King, said on the record in the past few days that the inflation was not caused by Ukraine. The inflation has been caused by mass money printing in the run-up during COVID and so forth. And of course, the money printed was given to huge, again, disproportionately to the richest in society. This Rishi Sunak character is just another, on the surface, just another perfect bank vassal, empty person with nothing to offer. I suppose interesting that he should immediately appoint a woman called Suella Braverman as his Home Secretary. She had to quit for breaking the ministerial code in the past few days. She's been reappointed, and she is a woman of color, very keen on deporting people of color. And I don't know, maybe a Rishi Sunak government will institute policies that would make sure that a future Rishi Sunak could never exist because his parents emigrated here from the global south. His government, he a person of color, he is his Home Secretary, a person of color, very keen on instituting legislation to stop people like them ever coming to Britain again.
And how exactly did we get to Rishi Sunak? You've mentioned Liz Truss resigning after, I think, serving as the shortest term in the history of any British prime minister. Why was her leadership so ill-fated?
Well, I have to say that Liz Truss's Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, came on Going Underground a number of times, and I was impressed by the fact that he didn't seem overtly corrupt. He was Britain's first black chancellor, for what it's worth, if we're going to start talking about colours and sexualities and so forth, because he fervently believed in the trickle-down idea of economics. He believed in Hayek, and there is something, if one forgives the utter pain and desperation and misery and death that is handed out by these sorts of policies, there's something to be admired by someone who's not corrupt. And he's not doing it for themselves. So Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng, they did try and do something ideological. And of course, the markets became suspicious of it because the so-called markets, as they're known, as stenographer media, it talks about them as a mythical power in the Hayekian sense, when of course no one goes, but hang on, so what if the IMF doesn't like it or the markets don't like it? That's not democracy. They didn't like it because of course they're keen on elites retaining power, and to actually enact legislation of the Pinochet Hayekian variety on a population can cause such political instability. It was already causing huge numbers of extra strike actions that were planned, can make a society so unstable or risk instability that it threatens the profits of the richest people and the garden parties that people of Rishi Sunak's class would want without dirty working class rioters breaking in, presumably.
I mean, it's kind of a cartoon. This is Suella Braverman talking about how proud she is to be a child of the...
To apologize for empire. I'm not going to apologize for our past history.
She'll be proud of empire.
I am proud of
A few moments later.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was edited, but Suella Braverman's a proud daughter of British Empire. And then we have Rishi Sunak's father-in-law, a very significant figure, Narayana Murthy, who is the founder of Infosys, which runs the largest digital ID and social credit system in the world. It oversees Aadhaar, which we've covered at the Grayzone, along with Jeremy Lafredo, who's a friend and contributor. Let me play like a minute of a package Jeremy did on Aadhaar. And this is a really dystopian company that has provided the family fortune, or helped provide the family fortune for the Murthy family, which is partnered with Nalan Nilekani, who's one of the most significant oligarchs in India and a close friend of Bill Gates. So this is the world that Rishi Sunak is networked in.
According to a report from Reuters last week, tens of millions of children in India are at risk of being excluded from school this year because they're not linked up to India's biometric digital ID system. Aadhaar, India's federally operated biometric digital ID system, collected the names, fingerprint scans, and eye scans of 1.2 billion Indians. According to the report, India's 2009 Right to Education Act provides the legal right to free education for all children from 6 to 14 years old. But apparently, only children willing to submit to invasive biometric recording and tracking are able to enjoy their own rights. Dipa Sinha, a professor at India's Ambedkar University, told Reuters that requiring the biometric digital ID for public school puts the onus on the citizen and makes it much harder for them to access their own rights. The report referenced an 11-year-old named Shifa, who has been barred from going into the 6th grade because she does not have the Aadhaar biometric digital ID. Her parents made several attempts to get her one, but between the hoops and the behemoth bureaucracy, she fell through the cracks. Now Shifa is simply learning to read and write at home using the newspaper.
So that's the company. That's the company of the business partner of Narayana Murthy. And we have written about how people have actually died in the Jharkhand province of India because they weren't able to register their iris scans or their fingerprint scans and were therefore unable to get their government rations. They simply starved. Most Indians have some registration in the Aadhaar system. So what is the significance of Narayana Murthy having his son-in-law as prime minister, and who is he? What can you tell us about his background?
Yeah, there are clues in that. to the answer to Anya's question about what happened to Liz Truss and by inference, what happened to Boris Johnson. There's a libertarian strain in the Conservative Party, which can be admirable. It is one against the kind of ID cards that were proposed by the, it's called globalist, isn't it now? Blairite type of government. Tony Blair wanted to bring in ID cards. So there is that libertarian way, and it allows you.
Sorry to interrupt, but Sunak is a World Economic Forum young leader, young shaper, so he definitely fits the mold.
Whereas Boris Johnson and Liz Truss did have ideological beliefs in that libertarian right ideology to an extent, and can't be completely controlled. Although on the basis of their political careers, Johnson you'd say when he was in power, he really didn't act libertarian at all. He allowed Assange to be there to take one instance of egregious destruction of a free press. And Liz Truss similarly didn't really, when she was foreign secretary, do anything that Washington wouldn't have. But still, they posed that much danger because maybe they had leanings towards an idea of individual atomized Tory freedom, whereas Sunak, as you say, is firmly of the mold. In fact, I'm surprised, I suppose, why Bill Gates wasn't in Downing Street in the past few hours getting some honorary position, perhaps.
No, absolutely. And let's take a look at, I remember actually when Margaret Thatcher was PM that one of her sticking points was that she would never abandon the British pound if the UK was to join the EU. And she was insistent on the pound as a signifier and red line of British sovereignty. But here you have Rishi Sunak talking about central bank digital currency, which is another dystopian aspect of the fourth industrial revolution.
Today, I'm proud to say that under the UK's presidency, the group of the world's 7 most advanced economies, the G7, is launching a set of public policy principles for retail central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. Central bank digital currencies could be a digital version of money, a bit like a digital banknote that could be used alongside physical notes and coins. Unlike most of the digital money people use daily today, it would be issued directly by a central bank, like the Bank of England in the UK. And governments and central banks across the world are working together, looking into what having a digital currency might mean in practice. This includes issues that people care about, such as ensuring users' money would be safe and secure, that it could work with other ways to pay, would be energy efficient and available to everyone. A potential
I've just got to say, he went to a posh private school, and before getting thrown out, I did for a while. Often on the syllabuses of these big famous schools that are actually subsidized by the British government, to the loss of government schools and the poorest children, because they're considered charities. The one that he went to was a charity school. They get tax exemptions. They teach Brave New World. They teach Orwell's 1984. But I suppose what they've been doing in recent years are teaching them as instruction manuals rather than warnings.
Well, he said he had a lot of working class friends at another point, but none of them were working class. He kind of qualified it at the end. What about Sunak and British foreign policy? Is there anything different between him and the position that Liz Truss took? I guess the way I look at it is that, of course, class is a factor in who's chosen to be the leader, loyalty to their class, meaning the oligarchy and the old aristocracy, but also ideological fervor. In the past, you did have some talented politicians. I mean, I would never say Margaret Thatcher was not a talented politician, but now you have Liz Truss, whose principal selling point to me seemed to be that she just wanted to have a nuclear war with Russia. She wanted to escalate. That was one of her main selling points. And so she was just a fervent fervently in support of British neo-imperialism. That's why I think she was chosen, because she's obviously incompetent, humiliated in a press conference by Sergei Lavrov when he asked her if she recognized the sovereignty of Rostov-on-Don, not recognizing that Rostov-on-Don was formally a part of the Russian Federation. And she said, absolutely not. And then had to backpedal and say she misheard him. And then they accused Lavrov of Russian disinformation and Russian tricks. He meddled with her vacuous brain. I don't know what happened there. But I mean, how does Sunak match up to Truss on her ideological kind of neoconservative fervor? Is there anything potentially independent about him? Is there anything different between him?
Yeah,
and
the arrogance of Truss was quite breathtaking to follow. Clearly out of her depth. Well, I mean, while Truss was keen on nuclear annihilation and self-annihilation, seemingly, there are interesting elements. I mean, it used to be called Kremlinology, didn't it? That's what we are down to, in the sense that the governing elites are who we have to look into, because Liz Truss wasn't elected, nor was Rishi Sunak. Sunak wasn't even elected by the members of the Conservative Party. He was just elected by very unpopular members of Parliament in London. But it has to be said that while Liz Truss was pursuing that gung-ho Armageddon line, presumably some elites, I know they don't, they espouse environment and so on, and then renege on it because they back policies that would still kill off their grandchildren, perhaps. There must have been people saying there's been enough of a cut from the Ukraine war given to the arms companies. Biden has given, $60 billion of public U.S. money and laundered it through into the arms industry. Britain, already facing an economic catastrophe with so many, 1 in 3 children living in poverty, gave billions since February to the Zelensky government in Kiev that, as we all know, the Western press was calling one of the most corrupt, or the most corrupt in Europe. So maybe the fact that they've chosen Sunak shows that there may be a slight opening of detente. I know that in the past few hours, the so-called Progressive Caucus in Washington has already been screaming and shouting at those few Democrats who said maybe Churchill is not a left-wing loony and saying George War is better than War. They were slammed down pretty hard. Sunak, it has to be said, in the past few years, I mean, we had David Cameron as a prime minister. The only time the United States has slapped down Britain in recent times that I can really remember when the British government said they wanted to join the Asia Investment Infrastructure Bank, a kind of rival IMF mooted by China, which is existing as sort of the BRICS bank. They went for it, regardless of complaints from Washington. So Sunak is from that cadre of oligarchic elite servants who would be aware of that. And so there's talk of the fact that because Infosys has deals with China, because of perhaps the influence of his father-in-law, after all, where is that 730 million pound wealth from that he has, according to the Murdoch Sunday Times? Is he more looking towards the future and thinking we can't just benefit Britain's biggest manufacturing company, British Airways BAE Systems? Are there elements in Washington too saying, look, we've got quite a bit of a cut from this. There are other wars we can go into. This may be all too much, especially if it blows up the world and kills all of us.
Anya, you're muted.
What role has the UK been playing throughout the Ukraine conflict in terms of how it relates to the European region more broadly? We're hearing, of course, a lot about the energy crisis in Germany. And how is it? How I know that you haven't been there, but what have you heard and seen from friends and family regarding the crisis in the UK itself?
I think it's clear that Britain is facing, I mean, absolute meltdown. I mean, all indicators from all sections of society, from workers, from trade unions, from elites saying Britain cannot go on like this. And it's disproportionately affecting the poorest. They have graphs even on mainstream television in Britain talking about how if you buy organic pasta, it's not gone up as much as if you buy the cheapest and the cheapest of pasta, for instance. It is really hitting the working classes, and we're seeing the political repercussions of that, of course, in Italy, notably, and in Denmark and in France. So we're seeing it across Europe in that sense. But as for the role as regards Ukraine, just as today, the day of the announcement that Rishi Sunak became prime minister, it was fed out to the press that Boris Johnson, because he failed at the last minute to return as prime minister, wants to take a role advising Zelensky, perhaps, or some kind of strange role. And of course, I know Grayzone covered it. There were these horrible stories that Johnson could have been involved in the deliberate breaking up and smashing of an idea that maybe talks would be useful in stopping the mass killing in Europe. So Britain has an appalling record so far. I wouldn't think that Britain would be doing anything, Johnson included, without the United States behind them. But it is surprising. Max was talking about discipline of journalists in covering all these different stories, the discipline of politicians across Europe, even the new Italian premier, after all, who's been trying to row back Silvio Berlusconi for talking about the need for talks, because this war has to be ended, and ended in a way that doesn't result in the destruction of Europe. You can see that there's a kind of discipline there across the European Union and Britain.
It's amazing. Giorgia Meloni, of course, came into office with a lot of, cacophony of hysterical liberals branding her a fascist. I kind of see her as a center-right figure who is actually going to be much more loyal to the NATO project than Berlusconi would have, someone who actually is more comfortable in his own rank. And, here you have Berlusconi not only saying that there needs to be negotiations, but he actually, one of the most remarkable aspects of his statement was he said that leading up to February 23rd, the contact line in the Donbas was being flooded by the Ukrainian army, and that it was actually prepared to attack positions of the people's militias in Donetsk and Lugansk. So he actually spilled the beans right there. And that is something you're completely not allowed to say in the collective West if you're in any position of power. I have Roger on the line. I think we're having some more technical issues, but Afshin, if you want to respond.
Yeah, I mean, that's presumably, and part of that discipline was banning a free press completely, as if no one in the European Union or in London had ever heard of the idea that democracy, what does it say on the masthead of your local newspaper, Max and Anya? Democracy dies in darkness. Does no one realize? Do they realize that the whole foundational idea and is that you can't call them democracies if they don't have a free press? And yet what you're talking about, and I know that some of it was in leaked conversations from former Italian Premier Silvio Berlusconi, and he expressly said this has to be said privately. Even he was a little fearful of this. This must not be let out. It must not be reported. And any newspaper, any big television station, anyone with any platform must be shut down automatically. And I know, in fact, you say Roger's about to come on. I was looking at some of his tweets. What does he have? 500 million Twitter followers? Some of his tweets only get retweeted 50 times. I think that's mathematically wouldn't work, would it?
Yeah, no, it's obviously being suppressed, and I experienced the same thing. Whereas you see someone like some liberal regime propagandist, I can think of many of them, Michael Betschloss or Tom Watson or any of these figures who are kind of have small time followings, anytime they fart and cough, it gets 14,000 likes or 40,000 likes. It's obviously being astroturfed. Roger's going to be with, for those of you who were expecting Roger, he's going to be here momentarily. He's just logging on. And we have to wonder though, Afshin, as you said, with these European leaders and their discipline, do they really have no self-respect? I mean, do we have any recent precedent of leaders just so willingly sabotaging their own economies, destroying setting the stage for deindustrialization, or even the German Greens selling out their own environmental platform just to wage this proxy war on behalf of one of the most corrupt nations on the planet?
It's like out of a novel from the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the run-up to what would become the First World War. They do these things. So there is that kind of precedent in a sense of they're killing themselves. And of course, the horror of the war to end all wars was that the working classes all then just trooped in and the lions led by donkeys were all slaughtered. So it's as if this is it is a kind of repeat of what has happened before, because on paper, and what will be written in 50 years' time will be, why did they do this? Why did they wreck Europe? Why did they wreck their own careers? Zelensky reputedly had the house in Miami. Why did these people ruin everything? Because they don't have the kind of funds that Zelensky did, thanks for the largesse to the poorest disproportionately of American payers of income tax and sales tax. So what was it that made them do this? And how long can they keep doing this? I think that's what a lot of progressive commentators, good commentators in my opinion, have been saying is, and I think this was the sign in the past couple of days when people were saying, look, there's some Democrats who are saying, let's just try and stop this. Let's try and calm it down. It seems endless at the moment. Maybe it'll take the wave of strike action and civil disobedience on the streets of European capitals. It's already, of course, started in Athens and in Paris and in Rome, but more concerted as winter approaches and as people just can't heat their homes.
Well, we have Roger Waters with us, and I hope you can stay with us for a few minutes, Afshin, because it's a really important question, and it's a question, Roger, as you take a break from your This Is Not a Drill world tour, that you put to Vladimir Zelensky's wife. He was elected on a platform to negotiate. Why not negotiate?
Can I be heard?
We hear you loud and clear.
Oh, do you? I hear me very clearly.
This is not a drill.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to hear me. I was working in here, and of course, the people I was working with have left the studio all fucked up, so I can't hear you through my speakers. I can barely hear you through here. If they hadn't hang on, I'm going to see if I can find. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Did you catch the tour, Max and Anya? Because they didn't play the Middle East. I haven't heard him playing in the Persian Gulf region. He hasn't played Tehran or Dubai or Damascus.
Hey, Josh, can't do it now.
I'm muting Roger as he
I'm on
delivers a tongue lashing to his engineer.
And I can't hear.
Okay, well, Anya, we went to This Is Not a Drill. We saw it here in DC.
We did.
What were your thoughts?
Well, it's great, Roger. I wanted to ask him about some of the decisions he made. I don't know if are you with us now, Roger?
I am with you.
Great.
It just needed somebody with half a fucking brain, flip a switch. And now they did, and so I'm cool.
So anyone who saw the tour knows there right from the beginning, there are two things you'll notice. Oh, there goes my...
I'm still here. I can still see me. I'm still in the little picture. You've got Anna's
having some technical issues, I think.
I was just complaining, Roger, that you're not playing the Middle East. What's that about?
You're going to have to ask me that one again in about 10 minutes when I've had a chance to think about it. What's that about? Maybe it's because the last time I played in Dubai, there was a whole bunch of crap about how I couldn't fly a pig in the sky. You can imagine how sensitive they are there. Luckily, they have so much money that I put the piggy in my pocket and went and did the gig anyway. That's the kind of person I am.
Yeah, don't get me thrown out of here. We've just been talking about why I'm here. At least I found a place.
It's lovely to see your smiley face, I have to say.
It's great to see you. And that's they were just saying. I mean, I've been following the tour. Just looks amazing, and I'm sure Max's. You've been on Max's program a few times, so I know you've chatted about the great so-called mainstream media interview you did, where they confronted you about why you warned people to go to the bar if they didn't like politics or care about people.
They didn't confront me. It was Michael Smerconish on CNN. There was no confrontation going on. We had a friendly chat for about half an hour, and he put about 7 minutes on CNN, cutting out all kinds of important background information to the war on Ukraine, i.e. cutting out everything from 1990 until February the 24th, 2022. All of that disappeared. There was no provocation, and blah 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 and blah blah blah. Anyway, that's not here or there. I'm not blaming, Michael. He does his job, and he does it, given that he only looks at the mainstream Western propaganda-based side of any question because he works for CNN, and you're not allowed to do anything else on CNN, as we know, than that. So I don't blame him for that, and it was a perfectly nice interview, and I do always remember Michael because he did interview me when I was in Florida once, and my kids who sing Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, that was several tours ago, were removed from the show by local politicians under pressure from, am I allowed to say, some local Jewish organization. They were a Jewish organization who removed them, but they removed them because they're Zionists, not because they're Jewish. Let's make that absolutely plain.
So a pro-Israel organization.
Yeah, some pro-Israel, exactly. Thank you, Thank you, Matt. This is why I always need you looking over my shoulder, telling me exactly how to phrase what it is that I say about things, because it's so easy.
Well, with respect to that, you mustn't mention at all the idea that any Ukrainian army elements don't like Jews and historically were responsible for some of the worst atrocities against
as
people in history, of course.
As an American Jew, I'm much more afraid of and upset about Kanye West and my government giving billions of dollars to sig-heiling Nazis who worship Stepan Bandera, the man who slaughtered my people alongside the Nazis in the Holocaust of bullets. It's really Kanye West that's the problem. And I think that one black man in America has the power to existentially threaten American Jews. I'm just terrified.
I think he lost some sponsorship, didn't he?
Yeah, I think a creative artist just canceled me right now. I lost my agent. But Roger,
it's verboten. Sorry,
Roger.
Then I didn't.
Well, Anya, you were commenting on Roger's tour because we watched you. I think we saw you twice.
Yeah,
so good the first time.
I just finished. I finished in Mexico City on the 15th, which is a few days ago now, which was remarkable because all gigs always in Mexico are amazing because they're just very, very different than most Americans. And in consequence, having said that, though, I don't want to knock the audiences who came to my shows in North America, either in Canada or in the United States of America, because you know what? Which camera is it? Am I looking at a camera? Where is it? Tell me where. Oh, look, it's. Where is it?
It's that.
This is so weird.
You're under total ubiquitous surveillance, so the camera's everywhere.
There. Am I looking at you?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
what was I going
to say? The really important part, because it's new, of the show I'm doing now is I do bits of a new song, and the new song is called the bar, as you know, because you came to the show. Okay, and I play the piano and I sing it, and it's very intimate. But the bar is based upon this idea that we all carry within us the capability of speaking to our fellow human beings. And in my head and in my heart and in my soul, the place exists, and I call it the bar. And you can get a drink there, that's why it's called the bar. But you can meet your friends, but you can also meet strangers, and you can have conversations like the conversations you can have with strangers in a bar, where you can express your political opinions and your feelings about love and hate and all of those kind of things without being denied access to the internet, for instance, speaking of present company, without being fired from your job, without being told to be quiet, sit down, do as you're told, repeat the propaganda that we're all repeating, or we're going to shut you up. We're going to silence you. So this is why, anyway, let me finish with the bar and the American audiences. They got it. Every night, I would say that tonight, we, all 16,000 of us, are in the bar. It's not just me and my band around this piano with these glasses of mezcal on the top. It's all of us. And they completely got it. So whether they agree with me politically or not over certain issues, they understood that we were in a place of love, where we can exchange our love with our brothers and sisters, even if our brothers and sisters all live in Raleigh, North Carolina. That was a huge surprise. Everyone in the band, whoa, what's going to happen tomorrow when we go to Raleigh, North Carolina? We cross the Mason-Dixon line. They're all going to be these rabid Republican monsters who will chew us to death and spit us out. Well, they didn't. They were all human beings, just like we were on the stage. So that was the remarkable thing. About 10 gigs in, suddenly it felt as if we were kind of part of a movement, and a movement towards the possibility that the human race might say to the leaders, fuck off, we are actually human, we in the human race. And we want to get on with one another. And we don't want to be charred crisps after the nuclear war that you're all trying to have, in spite of everything that we might have to say about it. So it was really encouraging. And I've come off the end of the tour going, it's not just the Mexicans, it's the Americans, North Americans, as well as South Americans. And it's not just the North and South Americans, it's actually all of us people all over the world. We know that Lindsey Graham is a crazed, homicidal, omnicidal arsehole. And so are all his beliefs. And we don't subscribe to any of them. And that goes for many, many, many of our leaders, not just in the United States of America, in Russia too, probably in China if we have to throw China into the act. I'd rather save China for a few. Let's deal with what's going on right now and put a stop to it. And it's going on in the Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. And we, the people, want it to stop. But unfortunately, our Joe Biden particularly doesn't want it to stop because it's good for business. Well, we want it to stop. We don't want you killing our brothers and sisters in the Ukraine. Oh, but it wasn't me, it's Putin. No, it's not. Putin, all that nonsense is provoked by at least 40 years of US foreign policy, of you wanting to rule the world. You can't rule the world, Joe. The world cannot be ruled. The world can be loved and respected and protected and hopefully saved for future generations, for our children and our grandchildren, as well as yours. But you're going to have to take the first baby step towards being human yourself, rather than being a wealthy, very, very powerful puppet. All right. So that, I mean, I know I should be careful what I say, because I've been warned so many times, but I don't care. I really don't care. What I care about is those 16,500 people in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'm getting shivers down my back even saying this, going, you know what, Roger? We're with you, brother. We feel it. We feel this movement growing, this movement of community and love for all our brothers and sisters all over the world, irrespective of their ethnicity or religion or nationality. That's enough of a speech for the moment. Afshin, God, I've missed you. You should be sitting in the pub having a beer, right?
I would love that. Yeah, you're going to have to watch the first part. I don't want to take too much away from you as the star now of this episode of Grayzone, because you know, I don't want to take time away from a rock god and all of that. I actually was asking Max just earlier before I go. Obviously, you're invited to be on Going Underground when we restart. That's gonna happen. But I was just saying to Max, and it happens to the Grayzone, I know as well, because I think many of us rely on the Grayzone now to tell us things that are clearly barred from so-called mainstream media. How can someone with as many followers on Twitter as you, Roger, tweet and only get like 10 retweets or 20 retweets sometimes when you have nearly 500 million followers? How is that possible?
Well, it's somebody in a room somewhere twiddling knobs and going, no. Who's that? No. It's fucking Zuckerberg and the rest of those arseholes manipulating it all to keep the people who serve their needs, but not the people's needs, their needs. Zuckerberg's needs, Gates's needs, Elon fucking Musk's needs. They serve their needs, but they don't serve the people's needs. We at least get to travel around the world. Max travels constantly, you know, and so does Anya, and so do you, and so do I. And we actually see the world through this lens. You know, Zuckerberg and the other arseholes, they see it through this lens. Hang on, let's see if I can get it small enough so that none of us are in it. Because that's the lens that they use. They use the lens that goes, how much money is going into my pocket and how can I not annoy the oligarchs who run the United States? Because if I do, I'm very powerful because I'm very, very rich, but I'm not inviolate. Look at all the arsehole oligarchs in Russia who thought they were inviolate because they were. Suddenly it's all gone pear-shaped and there's people coming at them from all directions because their value system is based on money as well. And it can very easily turn to ratchet. What can't be turned to ratchet is the love that we in this room, we four in this little room here now, have for our fellow human beings and for our children and for each other. And you can't buy into that club. You can buy into the power club, but you can't buy into the love club. But the love club has far more value in it than the rich club. Far, far more. I can tell you this now because I'm 79 and I've learned this through, well, I've been attached to the idea for most of my life, but I'm absolutely certain now that that is true. And I meet so many wonderful people. I mean, you were talking about my tour. There are tables in there. So there's the Assange table and there's the Veterans for Peace table. Okay?
These are people who are activists who are tabling at your concerts and advocating for Assange with your support.
Exactly. Yeah, they are doing that. And so we support Assange in the show by having his name up there and saying we should free him and we should imprison the criminals. You know, how did the machine gunners get away with it? Though one should be harder on the people who gave the machine gunners their orders than on the machine gunners themselves. Though when you hear them talking as they slaughter
light them up
people in the street, light them up, well done, giving each other fucking high fives, slaughtering defenseless people with 30 caliber machine gun bullets. and desperate to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
they couldn't actually. You know what I'm saying? They should not be in prison. They should be in a hospital because they're fucking sick. These are sick puppies that they were able to do, but they're sick because they've been educated in the army of the United States of America to be monsters, complete monsters. And we know it's very easy for countries to do this to people. And let's forget that arsehole who said, if you bring up the Third Reich, you lose the argument. No, you don't. We should all be bringing up the Third Reich all the time, particularly in reference to what's going on in apartheid Israel. Apartheid Israel, Katie Halperin. Apartheid Israel, Rashida Tlaib. Apartheid Israel. Everyone in the world who is not in total denial. Israel, stop it. Join the human race. Become part of this circle of love. Stop imposing your hated apartheid regime on the indigenous people of the Middle East. I nearly said please, but I know it's water off the duck's back. It's making your life a misery too. You are miserable. You're a miserable, miserable nation. Anyway.
Well, I know Anya has a question, but I want to give Afshin the chance to sign off because I know it's getting late, Dubai time. Afshin, if you want to stay with us, feel free. We got Aaron Mate coming on in a few minutes, but if you want to sign off, here's a good
really
chance.
is English language royalty, journalistic royalty here, isn't it? It's how lovely it would be if we could even imagine that a new Home Secretary in Britain would just sign a piece of paper and we could have Julian Assange on this program tonight, because that's what could have happened instead of a Home Secretary that literally this Home Secretary as I was saying earlier, has vocalized, has supported, is on the record for supporting policies that would not have allowed her parents, presumably, to have ever immigrated to Britain so they could have become the people they were to stop Assange being released. That's how odd Britain has become.
Yeah, and if that happened, and this foreign secretary that you're talking about did that, you say it's a lady.
That's the new Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, Rishi Sunak's new Home Secretary.
I don't know, but if she is a she, in the aftermath of her immediate firing, she would be immediately fired if she did that. No, she would be able to say, I was just not following orders. She would be able to say that. And she would be able to be proud of saying, I refused to follow the orders of my superiors to kill an innocent man. I stood there. I was the concentration camp guard who said, no, this is wrong. And how cool would that be? I hope she does it. I doubt that she will. She's too well trained. Sit!
Sorry. Well, I'm going to sit down and watch the rest of this show now from from an armchair.
Oh, wait, get comfortable.
Hey,
nice talking
love you, Afshin.
Thanks so much for joining us, Afshin.
Yay, take care. Going underground, we'll be back soon.
Afshin has gone underground, and hopefully you resurface soon. Thank you so much. Oops, I just removed Roger, and Roger's back. So, Anya, go ahead.
Well, Roger, you started your This Is Not a Drill tour with a message for everyone that if they're one of those I love Pink Floyd people but can't stand Roger's politics, they should you should just fuck off to the bar right now. That was a message that comes on the screen before Roger takes the stage on This Is Not a Drill tour, which of course is very political, whether it's we are talking about the collateral murder video, the WikiLeaks documentation of U.S. war crimes that you feature in the show, and also Palestine, another issue you were just mentioning. Why did you decide to write that message? How did you get the idea to do that?
It's good theater, darling. Really, no. I mean, because I wanted to, because it's been the subject of mystification for me, and I find it kind of mind-boggling that people could love the work that I did. I'm talking about the golden years, what are known as the golden years of Pink Floyd, which is everything from sort of metal through Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Wall, blah, blah, blah. That's kind of it. That's when you talk about Pink Floyd, that's what most people, they go, ooh, blah, blah, blah. And how can you love that without understanding that it's about everything that I've now said to this little camera here? But people do. People somehow have been, one shouldn't be surprised, I guess. I remember Rick Wright before he died, obviously, because you can't do interviews when you're dead. As far as we know, let's not second guess all of that metaphysical stuff. I don't want to go there, Max. All right. Said, I remember him saying shortly after I left the band in 1985 in an interview, well, we don't really care about lyrics. And I thought, you fucking prick. What a stupid thing to say. You may not. And then maybe he didn't. Maybe that's part of the schism is around that he never listened to any of the songs. I mean, he wrote the piano part for Us and Them. Probably one of the best songs that's ever been written about war, anti-war. So, Rick, bless you, you wrote that piano part, you recorded it and whatever. And I went, do you mind if I write a song? And you went, rather grudgingly, no. And I wrote a song. We did that together. Our names are on it. How you can listen to that song and not completely get what it's about. And it's about everything that I've said here today. It's encapsulated in it. So people who call themselves fans, maybe they're people, no, I nearly said maybe they're people who can't read, but it can't be that because they can hear or see. So you would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind
it
to
might
not understand that Pink Floyd's work is political.
It might just be inability to think critically. You can hear something, but if you can't process it.
Think and feel. Yeah, that's an interesting thought because it conjures an image of a living entity that is actually like a piece of wood. And that's a really good image to carry with you, that there are lots of living entities that are like that, who they can see it, they can hear it. All right, those are two things, but they can't feel it and they can't understand it because they are devoid of an education and also devoid of the capacity to love one another.
But and you were talking about this at the beginning of the stream when I was having technical difficulties, but I wanted to ask you about The Bar because this is a new song that you feature among many of your classics that you were just naming. But what is the concept of The Bar? It's not necessarily an interactive portion of your show, but it does have that vibe where you're sitting down at the table and the piano and having a conversation with your audience. Where did you get the inspiration for that?
The Bar is a long song. So, and it's a song that I came to after I started to play the piano a bit, which I did during the lockdown sessions, which is another project that's finished now. They've all gone to mastering, so there will be an album coming out.
Really?
Yeah, called
album.
A new album called The Lockdown Session. I've given all these things away. They're all out there. Anybody can find them on the internet. But this will be, I don't know if it'll just be vinyl or whether it'll be streaming as well. So it's all the lockdown sessions that we did, and it started with Mother. I can't remember what the last one that we did with, and the new version of Comfortably Numb, which we do at the very beginning of this show. So that is the album. What was your question? It was something. Oh, the idea. Yeah. So The Bar. I wrote The Bar in the middle of lockdown. And it's 15 minutes long of me kind of rambling. when we went to Glendale in Arizona, I was determined to sing some songs, some lyrics about Raytheon. If I had time, I probably have got time. I will in a minute pull up the lyrics there we are, lyrics. Where does it say?
The bar?
Yeah. Hang on.
There was one that stood out to me. You talk about imposing sanctions on the lady down the street.
Yeah, well, that's part of what I sing all the time. I've got it now here because I want to sing, not sing you, but I want to play you or recite you. Go away. Oh, brilliant. It won't go. Here we are. I've got it here now. Okay. Yeah, because we were in Glendale, Arizona, and I thought that the headquarters of Raytheon, the well-known manufacturer of bombs and planes and all of that. I love this one. This is an early verse. All right, I'm going to read it. The man put out his hand to help me, gave me credit at the company's store. Had I looked into his eyes, it would come as no surprise that I can't make the payments anymore. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. But this is the bit I want to, for this, I sing a bit about Standing Rock. I love this one. Hey, barman. This is a dispossessed black lady who lives in the street, and she sings a line to the barman. She says, hey, barman, I have a question. As one of many victims, tell me why a failed fat fucking landlord has been chosen to decide who should live and who should die. Yes, I'm talking about Mr. Trump. Sweetheart, there's a reason you come in here. I know, I was just putting on my dancing shoes. With the right set of moves, we can turn this ship around. Together we can write tomorrow's news. This is another bit. Then this is the bit I was going to. Yeah. This is because I thought there were going to be people from Raytheon in the audience. There weren't. It's 500 miles from Tucson, where Raytheon's head office is. But these are the lines. And I've never sung, well, I sung them once in public on 8th Street, a Randy Credico thing. But it was a terrible piano and they didn't record it, and blah, blah. You can help them build a bomb at Raytheon, but they'll sell it on in Kalamazoo. And some crazy motherfucker's bound to drop it on a busload of kids going to school. You can hold up your hands in denial, justify the choices in your head. Just doing your job, just an innocent cog, but those little Yemeni kids will still be dead. Do I sound a tad holier than thou? Well, sir, maybe I am. I'll admit it came easy to me to resist this fucking system, uneducated as I am. I eschewed the Bible for Ken Kesey, thought I'd try on a different hat. You see, just following orders don't come easy to me. I guess it just ain't where I'm at. And when I'm drinking my coffee in the morning and I read about all this Yemeni shit, I feel so fucking bad for that grieving foreign dad picking through the bus that's just been hit. So on Monday, when you're walking through the factory gates, and on Friday, when you're picking up your check, he'll be sitting on the curbside like the bicycle thief, but with no boy to put his arms round daddy's neck. So for any of you who work at Raytheon, that's a ditty for you to ponder, and also for the Home Secretary to ponder. When she's picking up her check, she needs to ponder why is she breaking the law? Why is she tossing everything that's happened since Runnymede in 1215, throwing Magna Carta out of the window, throwing habeas corpus away, just saying, nope, we don't believe in the law. We pretend we do. Well, what about human rights? Nope, we don't. Well, we do believe in human rights, of course, but not when it doesn't suit what our masters in Washington are telling us to do.
Well,
so are you going to do a recorded studio version of the bar?
Yeah, of course I am. I'm actually working on all kinds of different things at the same time. One of the things I'm working on is And I came up with something the other day. Oh yeah, I know what it was. Because it will be a new album. It will probably be called The Bar, and so these different bits of The Bar will bookend it and probably drop in other. It'll also be the song I wrote about Standing Rock, which I wrote at the same time, which I was going to do in the show, but in the end we didn't do that song in the show. There's another song that I co-wrote with a guy called Pat Leonard years ago that I really love, but I'm not all that in love with his music. So I may rewrite the music and that may be on it. I might even put Crystal Clear Brooks on it, which is an old song that I think has already been released on something else, but it's very central to the general idea of The Bar as an album and as a concept of which is, if only we could get sensible people to talk about things, we could sort this mess out in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, the criminals who are destroying the planet that we live on as fast as they can are very powerful, and not least because of the propaganda system that they've got built up that you were talking about with Afshin, and I have no doubt we will be talking about when Aaron Mate joins us, which I hope will be.
Well, Aaron Mate is right here.
Yay! Hey, bro. Good.
Aaron, where are you right now?
I'm in the Jimmy Dore studio in Los Angeles, California.
All right. Wow. So Aaron's guest hosting for Jimmy or with Jimmy. I saw you on with Jimmy last night.
Yeah, I'm going to be guest hosting. He's going on vacation, so I'll be guest hosting Wednesday and Friday, sitting in the vaunted chair, Jimmy Dore. So it's intimidating, but I'll do my best. Great to be with you guys.
I can see his flannel shirt behind you.
Exactly. Yeah, I got that as a memento.
Luckily, your best is pretty good.
Well, maybe I'll be joining Aaron also.
Yes,
Aaron, I know you had some questions for Roger about the media coverage of his tour.
Well, Roger, it's great to see you, and congratulations on this tour, which was just an incredible production. And people I've spoken to who went talked about it being a life-changing experience. So thank you for doing what you do. Because you do what you do, you faced some media attacks, including recently from Rolling Stone. I wanted to ask you about that. They did this long interview with you, and what they published was just a hatchet job. They spun your words. They tried to paint you as being anti-Semitic. They accused you basically of spreading conspiracy theories on Syria. And the person they used to do this story is a guy named James Ball, who was a former volunteer for WikiLeaks, who basically stabbed Julian Assange in the back. And Max, you can explain more about that. But the fact that they chose this guy, I think.
Well, what we have on screen is self-explanatory. I mean, here he is trying to bait Julian Assange out of the Ecuadorian embassy in London and into the hands of the British security services by basically calling Assange a coward for not leaving.
Yeah.
That sounds like James.
And they tried to paint you also as a conspiracy theorist because you challenged the Western state narrative when it comes to the Duma incident, the alleged chemical attack that was exposed as a major deception by OPCW whistleblowers. And amazingly, there's this line in the Rolling Stone piece where they say that, Roger Waters challenges the narrative on Duma, even though no credible independent experts agree with him, right? And they cite, I'm sure, Western state-funded sources to make that claim. What they omit is what you actually told them in the interview. And we know that what you told them because at the bottom of the article, they include a very long transcript of the original interview you did. And in that interview, you cite to them specifically two veteran OPCW inspectors, Brendan Whelan and Ian Henderson, who worked on the Duma probe, which they completely omit from your article. And that was just one example that we caught of them doing just a complete hatchet job. So I'm just wondering, going through that, what your reaction was to that interview and that experience.
Yeah, they said no credible independent expert agrees with you,
well,
except they kind of.
Well, yeah, isn't it fascinating that little shit James Ball It's quite clear. If you watch, it was quite clear to me when I was doing that interview with him. When we started talking about Duma, it became abundantly obvious that he knew nothing about it. He had done no reading, no research, only knew the Western propaganda side of the story. Assad made a chlorine attack. First of all, it was sarin, and then it turned to chlorine magically overnight, when none of the symptoms of the children that the white helmets had got in the hospital with blah, 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 showed any of the correct symptoms, or so they changed it. And then suddenly, miraculously, they found a bunch of dead bodies in an apartment building with a couple of chlorine canisters lying on the bed in the top floor. Well, one was lodged in the ceiling and one was, and blah, and blah, and blah. But he obviously hadn't followed any of the work that had been done by Ian Henderson and Inspector B on the spot at the time, and by Aaron and all the people at the Grayzone and everybody else and it's not just you guys. He obviously hadn't read Robert Fisk's article that came out on, I think, the 9th of April. Okay. Yep. Before my famous speech on the stage on the 13th of April 2018, where I suggested to some prick in the white helmets that it might be a good idea to get our government to do a proper investigation to find out what happened before we send our bombers to bomb Syria. That's all I said. It was only I didn't even raise my voice on stage. Might it not be a good idea if we checked out to see what really happened? Because I read not only Robert Fisk's article the next day, but also that kid from that Christian TV station in Texas. I've forgotten his name, begins with a P. Anyway, he interviewed almost everyone in town and had bloody tea with them and sat down and discussed it. And they all went, no, there wasn't any attack. No, there wasn't any, so they just made up a story. They've sold it to James Ball, the fucking fat little idiot, and they've sold it to the rest of the world. And you, Aaron, if I'm not mistaken, went to the Security Council of the United Nations for a special session chaired by the Chinese, one of the permanent members of the Security Council, as we know, along with reams, thousands of pages of absolute evidence that this is all bullshit. And of course, you had up against you the UK and Republic of France, and God knows who had the Australians, probably. Oh, and probably the what are those islands in the middle of something island? They always vote the Marshall Islands. Yeah, yes. They're experts saying, hang on a minute. The Doma, we've just presented a completely watertight case that this is a false flag, bullshit, trumped up piece of shit, and that the new director, Garcias, is that his name, of the OPC, is corrupt, and he's marching to orders from the United States government. And the guy who invented the OPCW, who was the original director, who was fired because he did what the new Home Secretary of Great Britain won't do and refused to do as he was told and take orders and change his story. He was dismissed, and we are vetoing him giving any evidence.
But Roger, a number of our viewers are insistent that we show you a piece of incontrovertible evidence that a chemical weapons attack was carried out by the barbarian Bashar al-Assad on Syrian babies. And here it is.
And there's definitely something that stings. And there's definitely something
definitely something that stings. That's what, if I'm told that I'm holding a piece of clothing that's doused in dangerous chemicals, the first thing I'm going to do is inhale it as deeply as possible.
Where was that? And what the fuck are they talking about? And who gives a shit? CNN give a shit because that's
I think
that was their
that was
chief
Conche,
foreign correspondent.
I think that was Conche Kuhn in 2017. That wasn't Duma because it says Northern Syria.
That was Ara Damon, and she was in a refugee camp that was not even in Syria. I think it was in Turkey, and she sniffs a backpack as proof. So, yeah, I mean, the backpack sniffers are the independent experts who do not find what you say credible.
Sheikh Khartoum, right? Is that the thing that
Conche Kuhn, yeah.
And the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, and all
Yeah.
those things that are not given in evidence. Oh, they dropped sarin here, and all these people died here. But sorry, check it out. The wind was going in exactly the opposite direction. So it's
and Aaron, no chain of custody.
Oh, well, and this is where the white helmets come in, is if you look at Conche Kuhn, that's a case where the white helmets were deployed to collect the samples on behalf of the OPCW. I wrote about this recently at the Grayzone, that the white helmets were not only involved in helping to stage the incident in Duma, but they also were basically the field team for the OPCW, acting as their on-site investigators to collect samples, which they then traveled over to Turkey with and gave to the OPCW. And the OPCW previously had a policy of never accepting any sample that the OPCW doesn't collect itself. But in Syria, they abandoned that. And now the white helmets who work side by side with sectarian death squads are now acting basically as subcontractors for the OPCW.
This is
That
the way
sounds
it's
funny.
done. And this is the way it's done. But
something definitely.
Sorry to interrupt, but if you wanted to have a career calling yourself a journalist, like the little fat prick James, whatever his name is, Ball, would you not at least get even the faintest basic grounding in what you're supposed to be talking about? He knew nothing at all. He's just making this shit. What I found interesting later as well is that he's got, because he told me proudly, no, I actually represent a .org, something or other .org. So I looked it up and so it's called the Bureau of something or other intelligence. What's it called, Max? I bet you know this.
Yeah, well, it's simply called the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. Because,
yeah.
And I mean, you take a look at this site.
Investigate whether he's got a dick or not. You know, I mean, that's the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. And by the way, hey James, don't bother. You're dick free. Sorry, go.
It's backed by Omidyar and all the kind of intelligence billionaire cutouts that you would expect. And but they are the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. No one else does it like they do. It's completely objective. And yeah.
It's brilliant. He sounds like Elliot Higgins. Only maybe fatter and shorter.
I don't know if that's
It's a common issue that when you did your CNN interview also with Michael, you said you just have to read more. I mean, I was listening to an interview you did with Joe Rogan recently, and you were talking about the impact that your mother had on you in teaching you that was the number one piece of advice that she gave you, that if you're trying to figure out a position or what you should think about a complicated issue, that you have to read it from every possible angle. You have to read or take in everything and process it before you can have a position. And these journalists that you're speaking with, who are supposed to be doing that as their full-time jobs, aren't even as educated on the issues as you are.
No, they're not. And to your eternal credit, all three of you who I'm talking to, you do that. I mean, I read your stuff, all of you, all three of you, I read your stuff. And the research is meticulous because it has to be. Otherwise, how can you be credible? But of course, CNN would counter this argument, you know, with no, it doesn't. People believe us and we don't do any research. We just recite what we're told.
We have the fact check.
Wrong. And I am completely wrong. They are credible to millions and millions of people, even though they read nothing and they do no research, and their news is based on nothing but what has come in the morning thing saying, you will now say this story. Get on with it. Here's your paycheck. So they are all of them to a man, disgusting beyond any belief. And they should not be pretending to do the job that they're pretending to do, in my view. Thank goodness for Grayzone and the Real News and Jimmy Dore, who you would pronounce, and all those people. And now that I've sort of sat with him for 3 hours, Joe Rogan, bless him, at least Joe Rogan, he let me speak, and he did. And and it was really refreshing. I came out of that interview with a lot of respect for him, because
that's a great interview. I learned a lot about you that I didn't know. You really go into depth about your own history growing up after the war and how you became what you are. I wanted to ask you.
It sounds like you had a wonderful mom.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she was flawed, like all mums are, with the possible exception of the Holy Mother. Actually, no, she was. Let's not go there. I don't know why I went there. I think it was my sense of humor sneaking out the side. But yeah, she was. I tell you what she was. She was somebody who believed what she told me, and she did try and read a lot. Except just at the very end, when she was on her last legs, we did have one conversation where she told me that she supported Tony Blair and his support for the invasion of Iraq. And I went, you're the woman that I admire, and blah, blah, blah. Like you would. And I managed not to break down. And I managed also to be the grown-up in the room, probably for the first time in my life with my mother, and go. And I did ask a couple of probing questions, and she explained to me that some maverick colonel in a F-16 could go and bomb Cyprus at any minute. And that was enough grounds for the invasion of Iraq. And I kind of went, should we have some tea, Mum? Or something like that, which was the right thing to do at the time.
Definitely.
But that's not to say that when I was a teenager, she was, as I said, maybe to him, our front room was a Labour Party committee room every bloody night almost, and she was completely devoted to the idea of making peace with the Chinese, never mind the Russians and all of that. So, yeah, it was hugely important.
Well, I wanted to ask you a question, not about your past, but about your contemporary situation, because I think you're the same age as our president, who recently fell asleep in an interview. Anya, what did he refer to he referred to the new British Prime Minister in a kind of novel way. I don't have the video.
Rashid. I mean, he didn't get the name right. That's what we're used to.
We called him like Rashid Sununu or something. And he's like, as my brother says, oh boy, or like, how did he become prime minister? But yeah, he's not really all there, but you seem to be in a very, I mean, you're able to carry through a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan, whereas our president.
Forget about the nightly tour.
Yeah, and the tour. I mean, I did a 13 city tour through the UK for a book I wrote, and I was like, I needed to go to a mental institution afterwards. It was just impossible. But you've been constantly on tour, so I guess I have 2 questions, just because we got to pack it all in. My first question is, how do you do it? How do you stay mentally and physically fit? And my second question is, why haven't you sold out like Bono? Why haven't you just completely sold out to Davos? I'm sure you've been approached.
Well, I just lost you, so I'm going to speak to a blank screen. I don't know if you can still see me or not.
We can.
No, we see you.
For some reason I can't see you, but that's all right. I think I'm too tall to sell out like Bono. He comes up to about here.
So he's not confident.
Now, don't be unkind. Don't be unkind. He's a bit challenged. I've got a daft story about Bono, but it sort of sums me and Bono up, I think, and I'll tell it to you now. Maybe I told it to Joe Rogan. I can't remember. But it is that we met once in an FBO, it was in 2020. We met in an FBO at Zurich airport. And I had just returned with Clive Stafford Smith and a lady from Trinidad and Tobago called Felicia and her two sons, Ayub and Mahmoud, who were 8 and 5, I think, at the time. And Camila, my wife, and I, we had just been in northeastern Syria, well, mainly in the Kurdish bit of northern Iraq. And we had flown there, especially with Felicia, to get these two boys who were in Camp Rouge, which was a refugee camp, because their father, her husband, had stolen them from Trinidad and Tobago and flown with them to Syria because he had misguidedly joined whatever it was called, whatever they were called, ISIS. And then he was killed. And so the boys, anyway, we got them. Fantastic. We got them. We were there for a few days. Clive went across whatever that river's called. It's not the Tiber, that's in Rome, but it's probably the Euphrates. Yeah, I think so. And so then we jumped in the plane the next day and flew back. And we were going through the FBO at Zurich, and suddenly there was Bono. And it was like January or February. And he came over and did that smiley short thing that he does. And I didn't do a lot in respect. I was quite quiet and reserved because I don't have a great deal of respect for Bono. But I remember thinking to myself, it was sort of, oh, hello, and oh, well. And he went, what are you doing here? And I sort of went, this and that. And I was pretty non-committal, and then it was over. And I thought, I know what you're fucking doing. You're on your way to Davos, aren't you? I didn't say that to him. And of course, that was what he was doing.
Oh my God.
Well, that's how we did it. Bono spends his weekends with George fucking Bush, talking about how cute the old man is and sitting on his ranch. I'm told that could be misinformation. I don't know. But that's not how I spent. And going to Davos. Well, Davos is a criminal operation. It's the worst place in the world to be. You're surrounded by the people who are destroying the world on purpose so they can make a few quid. That is what you're supporting, Bono. But he probably thinks, no, you know what? They need to be in the houses of the powerful. No, I've gone Northern Irish. He's from Dublin, so that's a terrible accent.
But what happens with, like, you're an internationally famous rocker like Bono or Roger Waters. What happens there? Do you get approached by Davos reptiles, or what happens when these figures get co-opted? And have you ever had to tell one of them to fuck off to the bar?
Well, the fact of the matter is, Max, that they've never approached me to go to Davos. I don't fucking think why, because I could play me fucking banjo, and entertain them fully, I hope. I've no idea. But obviously, if they did approach me, I'd go, thank you, no. I have kind of quite good relationships with a number of people in a number of governments, only because my paths have crossed with them. Well, for instance, you guys were there. You were in Caracas in 2019, was it, or 20, when fucking Branston, to talk about another prick, tried to set up a concert on the Colombian border.
Libertad.
Exactly, and trying to help them commit the coup d'etat and impose a fake president into the country of Venezuela, Guaido or whatever his name was. It's I have to say, it's a great measure of how much respect Maduro and his government and the Bolivarian revolution have for the law that they didn't kill him after it all went sideways, because they didn't. He's still there. I think he's still sitting in the National Assembly, which is pretty amazing. Can you imagine somebody trying to spearhead an armed coup against the government of any right-wing United States supporting thing, surviving it? They'd just kill him. Just kill him. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so I did stick my oar into that water, and the people of Venezuela were a little bit on the grateful side for me standing up and pointing out that Branson is a nerveless arsehole, and that what he was doing was disgusting beyond all belief. He was just trying to generate some support for the Richard Branson for Emperor campaign.
Well, Anya, what do we know about that concert now? We're seeing
Almost
some footage
nothing.
from it.
Almost nothing. They, last I checked, haven't posted a press release on the website since the time the concert took place, and it's very difficult to track down any record of where the money they raised went.
Yeah, where did all the money go, Richard? Where did all the money you raised go?
We know that a lot of the aid that was provided by the United States to be rammed over the border with the U.S. military rotted, was burned by Colombian and U.S. aligned thugs on the Colombian side of the border, and that the Guaido officials who were tasked with overseeing the aid distribution and management of defected soldiers in Colombia actually just inflated all the receipts and cashed out, took that money for themselves and spent it on lavish shopping trips.
Yeah, this is the Elliot Abrams playbook, if I dare be so bold. You know, one of the things I'm changing about my show is it says under Reagan's picture in the song Bravery being out of range, it says war criminal murdered however many thousand people it was. I think I say in El Salvador, and I've been desperately trying to get in, but it takes a long render, so I didn't get it in before the end of the time. Not to mention, oh no, it's Guatemala. And I wanted to put in afterwards, not to mention El Salvador and Honduras, to name but two, because we could go on down that list.
Or Nicaragua.
I was just going to say we could go on through Nicaragua and all of that stuff, you know, late 70s, early 80s, all of that absolutely rife slaughter of indigenous people and opponents of the fascist regimes that those countries had either imposed on them or at least hugely supported, certainly by the Reagan administration and others. But I didn't get a chance to make those differences, those changes. But that history is all there. The problem is that in the United States, successive governments keep the people so ignorant by putting no money into public education at all, not a cent, well, hardly, that they keep them all ignorant and just fed with the mantra, we're exceptional, we're great, we bring liberty and democracy and human rights to the world in the face of almost insurmountable odds from autocratic regimes who we have to destroy. And we're going to destroy Russia now, and then we're going to move on and destroy China. And that is what's in front of us. And you just have to follow us and do whatever you're told, and everything will be all right. So it's our job, obviously, the Grayzone, Jimmy Dore, Real News Network, blah, 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 blah. It's our job, and me as a performer, a public performer, it's our job to go, this is all bullshit, not just a bit of it, all of it. You are an insanely depraved empire doing nothing but harm everywhere you go and with everything you touch. And this idea of building thousands of military bases around the world and trying to defeat everyone in war will lead only to a nuclear conflagration and we'll all be dead. And I don't hope you'll be happy then, because this is insane. And we all know it is. Those of us who, on my mother's advice, read books. Let's all read Chris Hedges' new book, which comes out today. And he's got a new book about war. I think it leans gently on whatever it was that Elie Wiesel said after he wrote Night. Elie Wiesel, you know, the Holocaust survivor and blah, 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 blah. He famously said, I think, he said, the greatest sin of all is to stand by silent and indifferent. Well, that is something that nobody can accuse us of. And they can't accuse, there's thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of us around the world. Somehow We have to amplify our voices till the choir that we're all in, the choir where we love our brothers and sisters and want to look after them, not slaughter them, the volume of the choir rises to a pitch where it's the only thing you can hear, and then our message will take over, and we will fire all these doddery old Bidens and whoever the new Prime Minister of England is, who everybody will have forgotten in 2 weeks because he's a schmuck. We will see, and maybe the planet will be saved, but it's not going to be saved by fucking Exxon or Davos or Bono or Richard Branson.
And I should note before I have to log off for a moment that you don't let anybody off the hook in your show. You don't only name Reagan as a war criminal, but you document the crimes of all modern U.S. presidents and call each of them out for their crimes.
And before we move to that, just because Anya's gonna log off for a moment, she might join us a little bit later. Roger, you mentioned Chris Hedges' new book. Anya has a book coming out about her investigative work on Venezuela. It should be out hopefully early next year. Anya, before you log off, why don't you tell us about that book? Because it is available for pre-order, including at Jeff Bezos's website.
It is. And there was a little section about Roger there standing up to Richard Branson's pro-war narrative back in February 2019, when the United States attempted to ram through humanitarian aid with its military into Venezuela, essentially carry out an invasion of Venezuela, something that Richard Branson was providing cultural cover for. So that's part of the book. But yeah, it's taking all of my reporting on the Venezuela coup to analyze U.S. hybrid warfare tactics, diplomatic war, economic war, media war, the role that propaganda and the manipulation of the public plays, and using it to just kind of say, if anything, now we can see with how the Russia conflict has played out this year, that this reliance on sanctions and hybrid war tactics has really backfired on the United States and Europe. Venezuela can still sell its oil in the market. Russia can still sell its oil in the market. The sanctions have only now reverted to sanctions on the US and European populations. So this policy is backfiring, and that's something that I explore in the book, while I also am doing my best to just document the insane crimes that the US committed toward Venezuela. I mean, people forget sometimes there's the Bay of Piglets chapter, a lot of forgotten stories that went into that coup story.
Perhaps we should use this opportunity to remind ourselves of two things. One is Alex Saab, who's still locked up in the United States illegally by this current regime. And this is probably not that important, but I think I wrote something on the outside of your book.
Yes, you did. It's not.
Let's not that go unnoticed.
Well, it's not because they haven't actually marked up the official book. The blurbs aren't there yet, so that's just a placeholder until they get the real book. But yes, Roger did blurb the book, and there's
who else blurbed it?
Well, no one officially yet, Max. So let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Ooh, well, I read the book. Just it happened to be lying around. It's pretty good. It's called Corporate Coup. I don't know if we even told our viewers what it's called. It's called Corporate Coup.
I'm glad you did that. I'm gonna try
yeah, I mean, it details our time around the Venezuelan embassy with the Embassy Protection Collective. First-hand account. Anya was inside. It details all of our experiences in Venezuela at the time when the U.S. was trying to topple their government, run a corporate coup. But I think the most important aspect of the book is the background on the players and how they are just simply, while posing as politicians, simply servants of corporate multinationals and what their angle was.
I called it corporate coup because I'm explaining how the officials that serve as the face of the Guaido regime are actually just representatives of corporate interests, Exxon primarily, and other companies that have literally looted Venezuela's wealth using the recognition of Guaido as a pretext. They didn't succeed and probably never thought they would succeed in overthrowing the Venezuelan government, but they at least provided the pretext to seize all of the Venezuelan government's assets in the United States and in the United Kingdom, where billions of dollars worth of the sovereign Venezuelan state's gold is now just padding the Bank of England's coffers indefinitely as a result of this coup policy.
Okay, well, that's Corporate Coup by Anya Parampil. Pre-order it now. Anya's going to log off, and I hope she can join us a little later. We've got Wyatt Reed coming up and a special guest, and we're going to be here with Aaron Mate. And we're going to be talking later about the fraud squad and the progressive complete walkback of their letter calling for direct negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, one of the first progressive interventions in this disastrous proxy war. But Roger, you're welcome to, I'm going to bring Wyatt on in a minute, but you're welcome to join us. He's reporting back from Donbas. He's been in Donetsk and Lugansk. You know, or you can jump off now.
I'm going to kiss to Anya because she's gone. I'd love to. I'm going to stay on and listen for a bit because I'm fascinated, as you know, by Ukraine, and I really want to hear what he's got.
Well, here's Wyatt. Welcome, Wyatt. Let's get you in like a better view. And
if I suddenly disappear, it will only be because it won't be because I'm bored with what he's got to say. It'll be because
I've known Wyatt since before he was in journalism, so. You know, he has the Russian state affiliated media label, but before that he was, you know, Blumenthal drinking buddy affiliated. And yeah, back when he was doing, you know, what were you, like a groundskeeper in Virginia?
I was doing solar panel installation actually when we met.
Okay, cool. Well, you were helping save the earth. So now you're in London, but you were in Donetsk and Lugansk reporting. I mean, you were 100 meters away from an artillery strike in the center of Donetsk. Roger, I mean, since you're with us, maybe you can, if you have any questions for Wyatt about what he saw or anything.
Well,
go, well, let me just toss it to you, Wyatt. What we're gonna show some of the video that you shot.
Okay.
What was the what did you see anything you didn't expect when you got there? Were you shaken by being on the other side of the gun in any way?
I was shaken by almost everything I saw. I mean, I described it as really kind of the most revealing 2 weeks of my life. It's an insane place to be. You know, Donetsk, no one really should be there because it's constantly under artillery attack every day. Someone else seems to die today. At least one person was killed in another artillery strike on purely civilian targets, right? There are no real military targets in the center of Donetsk. Sometimes military vehicles will pass through, as they do on most roads on both sides of this conflict, but there are no military installations. So yeah, I mean, I was pretty shocked when within 2 hours of arriving at my hotel, it's basically attacked by a artillery strike. I was returning from a restaurant, and as I stated in this video, maybe we'll check it out in a little bit, but as I stated, if I'd walked back 30 seconds faster, I probably would have been killed because, you know, on my way 100 meters from the front of this hotel, and boom, there's just a massive, it was like the most terrifying firework I've ever seen in my life. Shrapnel went everywhere. You could feel a big, powerful shock wave. You could see the explosion went at least 3 or 4 stories high. Glass from all the windows around me shattered and fell around me, and I immediately just dropped as low as I could. I pulled out my camera and I started recording, and it's not the most professional narration of my life. I'm really just saying shit, holy shit, fuck, holy fuck. But, you know, I couldn't think to say anything else. I was just, you know, it's one thing to read about this, and then it's another thing to be on the receiving end of it. And it turned out to have been a 155 millimeter artillery shell, which is a NATO standard artillery shell. This is the narration that I did a few minutes later.
Let's get the sound on.
This is the report I did a few minutes
at the
afterwards.
corner of Artemis Street and Rova Ave, where a artillery strike by the Kiev regime just rocked this intersection. I was about 100 meters away at the time, and as you can see, the devastation is incredible. This is a normal occurrence for the people of Donbas, the people of Donetsk. They are living under this threat every day, and I just got a taste myself. I watched a massive explosion rock this corner, huge ball of sparks and flames here at my hotel. Shrapnel from the explosion shattered several windows, and that was pretty lucky. I feel pretty lucky right now. If I'd have been 30 seconds, a minute faster to get back to my hotel, I was walking back from a restaurant. If I'd been just a few seconds faster, I would have been killed. It's hard to describe this as anything other than terror tactics. This is fascism in action, and it's why so many people here are deeply appreciative of Russian Federation forces, for finally acting to put an end to this madness that's been happening for 8 years. 8 years of living with this.
Can't hear you, Max. Can't hear you, Max.
Yeah. So that was a hotel that's been attacked numerous times in the past few weeks, and it's where a lot of journalists gather. Eva Bartlett, who's another U.S. journalist who's been in Donetsk, has covered a attack on that hotel. We've seen Tochka U attacks on the city center of Donetsk, including hitting a city bus full of civilians. Patrick Lancaster covered that. And you also got to witness these attacks, which don't exist in the American mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, they don't exist because you're just not allowed to go there and report them. You know, I could kind of name the number of Western English-speaking reporters who are reporting from the region on one hand. I know most of them myself, and you know, you're not allowed to do it. There's a video that came out pretty recently of a French reporter who's based in Kherson, and she spent about 10 seconds explaining that the Ukrainian forces were bombing energy infrastructure and bombing hospitals, and her feed just completely disappears. And that's kind of, you know, the one person from the West who I've seen reporting on this. And, you know, of course, she immediately went over the line without even really realizing it. And I spoke to an Al Jazeera reporter there. It was Al Jazeera Arabic, not Al Jazeera English. They don't have any Al Jazeera English reporters there. They have one Al Jazeera Arabic reporter on this side of the front and 3 on the other. So even then, it's still kind of biased. But, you know, they're willing to tell that story in the rest of the world. And that's why the rest of the world is just better informed about this conflict, and also less likely to shoot themselves in the foot and destroy their own economies for the benefit of, you know, the U.S. war machine. That's all I can say this is at this point. It's so much like what Julian Assange said when he said that the goal in Afghanistan is not a successful war. The goal is an endless war. Right. At this point, it's impossible to conclude almost anything else, because you have U.S. officials privately admitting that they don't believe that Ukrainians are capable of winning this battle. And yet they're not willing to push them to negotiate. So why? You know, you have to ask yourself the question, why is it? They know they're not going to win, and yet they're not going to ask them to negotiate. They're just going to supply them with endless weapons. Why? It's really almost impossible to draw any conclusion other than one.
Well, let's take a look at some of the other footage you shot Wyatt Reed, while you were in Donetsk. This is your site, Decentral Intelligence, which I guess is a new podcast that you're starting with Che Bose. Everyone check out Decentral Intelligence. We'll tell you where to find it in a minute, but let's watch this footage.
Well, so you might want to start with the video before, because there's kind of 3 videos here.
Okay.
This is that's the humanitarian aid office, and we ended up in the humanitarian aid office because we met this woman in Rubizhnya, which is actually in the Lugansk People's Republic. If you go up 1 or 2 tweets there, it should be the kind of the top one. And we found that she had been living in this hovel now.
So this is her.
Yeah.
What is she saying?
Well, we have a live translation. So we had a live translation.
All right, let's listen to it.
There was a huge blast and she had some injury to her leg, like extension.
If you start it over, she explains who did it and why and what happened. But she said basically we asked who fired this strike, and she said those cursed fascists, meaning the Ukrainian forces.
The only one who lives in this block.
And what's so upsetting? Is it the rockets that are upsetting, or?
Вас это вот почему вы плачете, что из-за того, что произошло? Да. Yes. Yes, and that she remained alone here. Никто не помогает, ничего. Nobody, there's no one who can help her here. Скажите, ты можешь помнить туда не дойти. She has to go to some administration for help, but she cannot walk that far.
We'll talk about that. Do you, what kind of things do you need? Do you need food? Do you need what do you need?
Да. Самое главное, пища, не ничего.
So, you then
so she
visited.
Said
yeah, go
she
ahead.
needs food. She needs everything, and she was unable to get the documents because her passport, her identifying documents, had been blown up in this explosion, this HIMARS rocket explosion that happened right outside her building, directly outside her second-floor flat, just totally obliterated her apartment, and left her crippled. And she was unable to go. She doesn't have family there. She has a daughter who's on the other side of the border and a son who she doesn't know where they are. And services still haven't been restored, so she's kind of stuck there all alone. And so we had to kind of stop being journalists for a minute and say, we just need to go find some help for this woman. And so, this is the next video here.
This one.
Yeah.
Вот старики, только сегодня что было в наличии, все раздала, поделила пополам и каждому старику, каждому лежачему. Обязательно, каждому ребенку.
So tell us what's happening and what we're seeing, Wyatt.
So we were going to help collect some food from the humanitarian aid office. It's staffed entirely by volunteers. It's people that the Kiev regime classifies as collaborators, and for helping out people like this old woman, they face a penalty of 15 years in Ukrainian prison should Zelensky forces ever return to the region. And then you can see here, we're bringing it back to her, what we were able to get for her. And you can kind of take a look at the aftermath of this HIMARS strike, at how it left her apartment building. Obviously, all the windows are blown out. It's unlivable. It's going to be extremely cold there very soon, and I feel incredibly awful for this woman. Her name is Natalia, and we were able to bring her some food and get her at least in contact with these humanitarian aid volunteers, though, so they know she's there, and they'll be able to help her get through the winter. She doesn't want to leave her home, but I fear that at some point she will probably have to. And she basically said that now she talks to her pictures of her kids on the wall. She says to look down, to look at what her life has turned into. And we asked her, you know, what do you think about Americans, knowing that in many ways Americans did this to you? She said they must have no heart. They must just be beasts. And really, I wanted to say, I have a heart. There are some of us do have a heart, but it's how can you when someone's life has just been turned into just complete and utter devastation? How can you? It's just words. It's almost meaningless. And you can see here just how close her building was to the HIMARS strike. No military targets there.
And I think it's important, Wyatt, although 90% of our viewers know this, to emphasize HIMARS is the high mobility artillery rocket system that's been delivered to the Ukrainian military by the U.S. It is a U.S. weapons system. It was hailed as this game changer because of its long range capacity and its targeting ability. And it's being used to attack civilians, as we see here. And you experienced that.
And just across the field, I didn't send these videos over to you, I don't think, but there's
feel free to do so.
There's another, we're just about 300 meters away then from a school. I believe it was the Rubizhnoye Secondary School number 2, if I'm not mistaken. And you could see what had happened. I mean, it was just totally obliterated, totally leveled by 6 HIMARS missiles, U.S. manufactured, U.S. supplied HIMARS missiles. And allegedly, this was because the school had been used as a polling station in this recent referendum. The referendum that everyone I spoke to there said that they were very happy to vote in, that they were not forced at gunpoint as, as the mass media in the West would have you believe. They were not, basically Spetsnaz was not standing behind these old ladies saying, go vote or die. They wanted to vote in these elections because it's their only real chance at self-determination. To me, as somebody in the United States, I can't imagine wanting to vote in an election that badly because nothing changes in our elections. And even if we do want to try to vote for somebody like Bernie Sanders, they're just going to rig the vote against him and stop him from getting into office. If you want to vote for somebody like Jeremy Corbyn, they're just going to rig the vote against him, and, the CIA will intervene and they will just prevent him from being able to take office. They'll manufacture some nonsense about anti-Semitism and they will destroy you, and I sent that over the video of the school to you just now in the WhatsApp.
Well, let's check out another. I think we have all the videos here. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this is the thing there. We're always being told to arm the Ukrainians. Arm the Ukrainians. We have to arm the Ukrainians. We have to give up everything that we have that's nice.
Well, what they're asking for now, Wyatt, is systems that can strike inside Russia, or at least as far as Belgorod and further into Russia. So they want to wage these attacks on the Russian core.
Yeah, but they're never talking about arming these Ukrainians, right? These people who would describe themselves many as Ukrainians. These, you suggest arming those people. You're a traitor. You're persona non grata. If you live in Ukraine, you will just end up dead. So here you can see the aftermath of those 6 HIMARS strikes on this high school in Rubizhnoye.
I mean, this reminds me of, footage that I've seen in any conflict zone where U.S. weapons are really high-powered weapons were used. The explosive blast is enormous. And again, it's not reported ever. in U.S. media that this is even taking place.
Right.
This has been taking place for 8 years.
And it's every school in this town has been rendered uninhabitable in some way. Every school has had the windows knocked out. Not every school has been hit this bad, but students can't go to school. They have to come, send their parents to come. And one by one, as I was interviewing these teachers at the other school who told us what had happened here, one by one, you see a parent pull up, and they come and they collect their kids' schoolwork, and then they take it home to the kids. So the kids don't get to come to school anymore. They don't get to have, see their friends, because the schools are targets. And, here you can see just a whole bunch of books, textbooks, Ukrainian textbooks, and the headmistress, the principal we spoke with at that other school, described what it was like to teach these materials to students. Since 2014, they've been forced to teach Holocaust revisionism, to teach Holocaust denialism, to teach that the Ukrainian insurgent army, what have we got there? I think Roger made an intervention.
I did. I just got to go.
Well, thanks for hopping on. It's great to meet you. Tough act to follow.
This is amazingly instructive, and there's a million questions, but I've got to go, because what we desperately need, all of us out here now, is live people like you taking the risk of giving us some of the alternative side to this story, so that we're not just inundated with constant stories of Russian soldiers raping small babies to death and all that absolute crap that is all over the New York Post and the New York Times and all the mainstream media all the time. And it's because it is fueling whatever that horrible little bit is in people for them to want to go and have a nuclear war with Russia, which we will all face the consequences of. It's so good. Thank you, mate. And whoops, where's my finger there? I can't do this mirror thing. There it is. It's a peace sign.
It's
really
an honor,
peace,
Roger. Thank you so
really
much.
important work. All right, Max. See you soon. And
Thank you so much for joining us.
All right. I wish
You're
I
a
could
legend.
stay, but I got to go. Mwah.
Peace. Well, that was Roger Waters. And it's just amazing to engage with someone who's so inquisitive, who stayed for Wyatt's presentation of his journalism. As far as I'm concerned, he's one of the last actual global citizens. A real contrast to all the phonies who've been selling this war. The phony celebrities who've been selling this war. That's really our chief export from the U.S. besides weapons is celebrities. That's our soft power. And we've got another friend with us who's a contributor to the Grayzone, a special guest. Alex Rubenstein is in the house, and he's been covering this issue as well, more on the information war front. How you doing, Alex?
I'm well. How are you, Max?
I'm hanging in there, man.
Wyatt.
What's up, Alex?
Super stream. I'm doing this. We're going for like 5 or 6 hours today. I'm going without any help from any methamphetamines. I've written 4 books without any stimulants other than coffee. I'm not wearing a diaper, and I'm still here, so I'm good.
Yeah, leagues and bounds ahead of the rest of the class.
But for
prominent journalists that cover war, I feel like they're all like kind of amped up.
I mean, I could honestly, it would be hard to say no at this point.
How else is Michael Weiss going to operate 10 different NAFO accounts?
Well, let's talk about that. And Wyatt, we can. Someone has a good comment about you, Rico. I don't know if you remember Rico Suave. He was like the first corporate Latino rapper introduced to the American gringos. But anyway, you are in Mexico, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to
quite the Donbas, but all the NAFO trolls are concerned about my relations with the cartel.
Okay, well, you're talking about NAFO. A lot of people who aren't like extremely online or, either targeted by NAFO or the nerd ass members of NAFO don't know what it is. So what are you talking about?
Well, I'm going to try to stick to what we've put out so far, because we have more coming.
Yeah.
But NAFO is basically, they call it an organic, decentralized operation or organization. Their modus operandi is to just bombard anyone critical of the proxy war on Twitter, make fun of them. You know, they place particular value on Russian officials, diplomats, this kind of thing. But really, anybody who questions the proxy war or says anything, I mean, you don't have to even directly offend, but anything that's like counter to what the Ukrainian government and NATO is putting out, they'll harass you, and they have tried to dox people, mass report, this kind of thing. It's an information operation, but what's critical about it is that it's an information operation on behalf of an organization, a fighting group in Ukraine called the Georgian National Legion. And this is a group that I've written extensively about for the Grayzone over the past months, because I feel that their role on the front lines and in the information space is really overlooked by alternative media. They are very important. What happened at the beginning of the war was, Zelensky opened the floodgates for foreign volunteers to come and fight with Ukrainians. But prior to the establishment of the International Legion, there was already a group called the International Legion, and that was the Georgian Legion. So it's not all Georgians. A lot of it's Americans that have gone over to Ukraine and fought. And some of the nastiest people go ahead, Max.
Oh no. Continue.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's some of the nastiest people fighting that I've encountered, including Craig Lang. He tried to blow up his wife while he was in the U.S. Army. He caught her cheating on him, so he set out landmines outside of her apartment and tried to kill her. He got off easy because he had a mental illness, so he got out of jail and then went over to Ukraine in Donbas, and this speaks to the terror that Wyatt has uncovered and exposed in the past month or so. He tortured. He committed multiple war crimes. The FBI has video evidence of him drowning a woman that was given actually amphetamines, so that she would not pass out while she drowned to death, and that she would have to experience that conscious. And then other war crimes too. It's not all the information that the FBI has is not out, but there was that leaked report which detailed this drowning. After he left Ukraine, he came back to the United States and he wanted to go back to Ukraine. So what did he do? He set up a Craigslist ad that he was going to sell his weapons, and then when he found a buyer in Florida, he drove down there and he killed them and took their money. And there's reports that he was that he went to Colombia and was armed by the government to try to overthrow the government of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela and kill communists. So he is back in Ukraine, where he's considered a national hero, but he's not the only one with the Georgian Legion. I documented multiple war crimes. There was the video from Bucha where they killed a captive Russian, shot him close range, which is a war crime. And then there's two testimonies that I obtained. One is from a guy named Benjamin Velcro, where he details a suspected spy, 18 years old, for Russia. And so what did they do? They cut his Achilles tendon on his heel and made him swim. And while he swam, they took target practice shots at him. Henry Heft, who I interviewed, I was provided with testimony that he gave, which detailed how two people blew a checkpoint in the east near Lvov, not even in the west near Lvov, not in the east, not in the front lines, where two people blew a checkpoint and were accused of being spies by the Georgian Legion. So they put black bags over their head and took them into a basement and slit their throats. So this is the Georgian Legion. This is the organization, the fighting group that NAFO was launched with the explicit purpose of providing funds to, because the founder of NAFO, Kama Camellia, as he's known on Twitter, but his real name is Kamil Dashevsky. He described the Georgian Legion as, he described their reputation as mercenaries and criminals. and thought that that would preclude them from Western support. So he launched this NAFO operation to get them weapons, get them body armor, that kind of thing.
Well, we're going to talk about NAFO co-founder Dashevsky in a second, but I wanted to play that testimony that you mentioned, Alex. This is testimony by former members of the Georgian Legion, which is the main fundraising recipient of NAFO, the North Atlantic Fellows Organization, a troll farm that has been celebrated by the Washington Post, by Politico, by the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Make sure your volume is up. And if you don't want to hear deeply disturbing testimony of torture and execution carried out by people funded by NAFO, then, close your ears.
So Sunday, Saturday, when they caught those two spies, two Russian spies blew a checkpoint, shot their car up, black bagged them. Two of our dudes were downstairs having a cigarette, fucking slit their throats in the basement of the fucking building. We don't even know if they were actually spies or people who.
We slit his fucking Achilles and we made him swim across the river to see if he could swim without Achilles tendons. I don't know. He was about 18. I don't give a fuck. We made a lesson to him. We fucking cut his Achilles heels and we made him swim across the Severodonetsk River, and he drowned. Or he was shot. We were all taking kind of like practice shots at him to see how well our shot was as he swam without Achilles heels. I don't know. Maybe your guys from these Siberian shitholes, they can't swim well. Either way, he's dead. I am not stupid enough to incriminate myself. Of course, those fucking Georgian Legion guys did that stuff because they're fucking Georgians and they're retards. You know where the fuck he was from? He was from somewhere in Central Asia. Central Asia or Central Russia. We've been told to take no prisoners.
So a pretty harrowing testimony. I have a question for each of you. First, Alex, tell us about the Georgian Legion itself, not just the foreign fighters, but the Georgian warlord who is the head of this and has ties to the U.S. That would be Mamula Mamulashvili. And Wyatt, was any of this kind of barbarism described to you by people you met in Donetsk? I'm going to jump off for 30 seconds, but Alex, if you want to go first.
Yeah, so the Georgian Legion is led by a guy named Mamuka Mamulashvili. This is his fifth war against Russia. So, I mean, he was raised by a military guy and fighting from a very young age. He's at the end of the video we just watched, Benjamin Velcro says that we've been told to take no prisoners. This is exactly what Mamuka has said. He said it on camera. In response to the video of the field execution near Bucha, Mamuka was asked about it, and he said that we take no prisoners. We won't take any Russians. Sometimes we tie their hands. I speak for the Georgian Legion. And this is a guy who is a suspect in the Maidan sniper massacre, what's believed by leading academics in the field to be a false flag attack in 2014 on the Maidan Square, where these massive protests were happening with U.S. support, mostly for NGOs and for some of the hardline groups there. And I believe it was 49 protesters were killed in this sniper attack. Zelensky himself has called it the most mysterious case in Ukraine history. And there's nobody in jail for it. And Mamuka, or specifically Georgian snipers led by Mamuka, are prime suspects. Since that time, Mamuka has been to the U.S. on a couple of occasions and met with quite a few Congress people on foreign policy committees and taken pictures outside the offices of a couple of critical senators, Gillibrand and Feinstein specifically. More recently, he's been very close with Adam Kinzinger. But, I wanted to talk about another guy in the Georgian Legion really quick, if you don't mind, Wyatt. Paul Gray, because Paul Gray is still inside the Georgian Legion, while as Craig Lang is not. Paul Gray is a veteran of several neo-Nazi organizations in the U.S., including Atomwaffen Division, which is considered a terrorist group by multiple countries. Really like the kind of guy that, like, if you look at the history of the left of the past, like 4 or 5 years, this is like, prime evil. This guy, he's like getting into all these confrontations with leftists. Yeah. Thank you, Max. And I actually realized that he was in Ukraine. This is after I had already covered the Georgian Legion a bit, but I realized that he was in Ukraine because a journalist associated with Antifa wrote about it. And when I reached out to that journalist, I was rebuffed. When I reached out to the Southern Poverty Law Center, which had also commented on this story, I was rebuffed because nobody wanted to associate this hatred that has brewed for the past 4 years for the far right among the left with what's going on in Ukraine now. So the left has totally ignored this story of neo-Nazis going over to fight with war criminals. And this guy remains, on the front lines with the Georgian Legion. They're getting all the positive press in the world, and his presence is obscured, or in the case of like Fox News, as we see here, you can see his Georgian Legion patch just totally embraced and celebrated as a hero.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Gray was how many softball positive Fox News interviews was this member or activist with several U.S. neo-Nazi organizations granted? And didn't the Department of Homeland Security issue a bulletin warning that figures like Paul Gray and Craig Lang, formerly of the Georgian Legion, would return to the United States with offensive weapons training, with combat training?
Yeah, they use that like DHS legalese where it's like extremist group in parentheses white supremacy, and they were concerned about keeping tabs on these people really after they come home, under the potential fear that they might bring their the things that they've learned, the lessons they've learned from being on the front lines against a major superpower, to the streets of American cities.
Well, Wyatt, you showed us video of a woman who'd been wounded in the leg, an older woman in Donetsk, referring to her attackers as fascists. I mean, what is the ideological understanding of people on the ethnic Russian side of the Donbas, of the people on the other side of the contact line?
Well, there's, as you were saying, these people have lived and dealt with this firsthand. They understand this better than anyone in the West ever will have to. They're fortunate not to have to be on the receiving end of this kind of violence, the kind of violence that Alex was discussing, that he documented with those recordings. And I sent you over a video as well that I took with another woman, really about 50 meters from where I spoke with that old woman who was injured, the last woman, she said, living in the building. And this woman told us that Ukrainian nationalists were killing people here. She said they do not consider us to be human at all. They never considered us human. And this tracks with footage that was aired by Russian television of defectors, of armed forces of Ukraine defectors, who said that they were ordered by Ukrainian nationalists to execute civilians in this same city of Rubizhnoye. And they said that they refused. And, this was an incredibly scary moment, they said. And their punishment was that they were stuck in a pit. And while the nationalists decided what they were going to do with them, they got very, very drunk, they said. So drunk that they were able to escape and disarm these guys. And they defected to the other side. And, that was something that was confirmed to me by people like this.
Would you be scared of that? people like you.
Вы боитесь того или опасаетесь, что если бы Украина захватила обратно эти территории, к людям здесь живущим, принимавшим участие в референдуме, применены какие-то репрессии?
Да, я
думаю, да.
Got to listen through a lot of translation here, but
Пока здесь они стояли,
you described it pretty well. But this is the woman that Wyatt interviewed.
She said that they were punishing people for being pro-Russian. And I conducted interviews with a guy named Johnny Miller who works with Press TV. He's an experienced journalist who's covered a number of war zones, but because he wanted to come tell this side of the story, he was not able to work with any of the more mainstream organizations that he'd worked with in the past, and he has to work with Iranian media. They're the only people that will pay him to be out there and cover this. And so we went out, just spend a day going out, talking to people in this city near Severodonetsk that's been just totally bombed out and decimated. And this was just the overwhelming attitude of the people there. I'm sure there are some people that had some sympathies towards the Ukrainian side. I'm sure there are some spies because they're all over the place on both sides of the front. But this was not a Potemkin village that was set up for us. This was us with a driver and a translator doing our thing, going out by ourselves. So, there was no FSB agent in the back seat telling people what to do or say. These are just, these are what people saw, they felt. And it's really no surprise to me that so many of them view Russian Federation forces, LNR forces as liberators and not as occupiers, as we're told over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's like with the Crimean referendum, where there was an overwhelming vote in support of joining the Russian Federation rather than being part of this government that is openly hostile towards ethnic Russians. And we see the hostility playing out in the field in the areas that were retaken around Izium, for example, by Ukrainian forces. You see militia battalion commanders who are affiliated with the Azov neo-Nazi battalion putting out on social media, on Telegram, video of bodies being thrown in ditches after being executed because they were accused of being so-called fire spotters or collaborators. What would happen? I mean, how is it a shock that people in Crimea didn't want to be a part of that? Like they said it was a sham referendum. Why didn't they send observers? Why didn't the EU send observers then? Why didn't anyone from the West send observers to prove it was a sham? And then the same thing. I mean, people have been living under the rockets, bombs, artillery, grad rockets, whatever, for 8 years. They've seen their language, the Russian language, be essentially stripped as an official language. The Russian Orthodox Church come under attack, people killed, slaughtered, like at the Odessa Trade Union Hall in 2014. Why are we shocked that they voted to become a part of the Russian Federation? Like it's just kind of doesn't stand to reason that they would want to be part of this regime that is actively at war with them. But that's kind of what we're being told. And so, the question is, I mean, I was reading this piece in Foreign Affairs, the Journal of the Council on Foreign Relations, by Zelensky's former defense minister. And he's calling for a total victory. The West must arm Ukraine until total victory. And what does total victory look like? Well, first of all, he says, I mean, this is like death cult language. He says that Ukraine is willing to see all of its cities burned to the ground in order to achieve total victory. Number two, total victory is not possible unless the Russian Federation is balkanized and destroyed, because a free and sovereign Ukraine cannot exist next to Russia. And then number three, they have to recapture all territory, which means where you just were in Donetsk, which is almost exclusively ethnic Russian, Lugansk, and Crimea. So what would happen to the people there? It would be ethnic cleansing, prison camps, death camps, mass slaughter. And that's what we're supposed to be cheering on in defense of the liberal order?
It would be take no prisoners, like Markushvili said. Markushvili, I can't pronounce that name at all. But it would be take no prisoners, right? And this is something that we don't hear about in the West either. But I have heard from many people that, what we don't hear about is there were 200, maybe 250,000 Ukrainian soldiers massed on the border of Donbas when this special military operation started, when this open hostilities kicked off in February. And they were planning apparently on coming in at the beginning of March. So what did Putin do? Well, he said, I'm not going to watch as these people are just slaughtered and wiped out by these people who view them as subhuman, as non-humans, as the people are telling me. Just come through and run roughshod over all these people and just destroy them, basically committed genocide against them. And, I have no doubt that there have been some bad things done by Russian soldiers. It's war. It's not a pleasant thing, and it makes people kind of crazy, and people are capable of doing bad things on either side. But there is not first of all, there's no reporting at all on what was effectively the first documented case of a mass grave. We've heard so much in the Western media about, mass graves, and they use pictures of grave sites where they have clearly have crosses sticking out on the ground, as though you're going to take the time when you're making a mass grave to like nail in little crosses and put on people's names and when they died. That's not what a mass grave is. This is the first instance, as far as I'm aware, of an actual photographic documented evidence of somebody creating a mass grave. And it was just not mentioned at all. You can't find a mention of this anywhere in the media. They just totally ignored it. And on the other side, it's like, they have to make up all this nonsense about Russians are giving their soldiers Viagra to rape little old Ukrainian women. And, all these, Russians are raping children and babies. And where does this come from? Even now, there's the so-called Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, this UN body. And if you go into kind of the fine print here, it says that it relies primarily on firsthand information and on state actors, including one of the women who testified before this body is a woman named Lyudmila Denisova. She is the former Ukrainian ombudswoman, Ukrainian human rights commissioner, who was fired. She's now disgraced because she admitted exaggerating these stories. And it turned out that most of them came from a hotline that was staffed by her daughter. And it turned out that her daughter told the prosecutor's office that she had received 1,040 calls, and 450 of them concerned the rape of children. And an official log subsequently showed only 92 calls were made. This is not Russian. This is not a Russian source, right? This is like a fact-check Western-based source. And they said the main problem with the former Human Rights Commissioner's hotline is, however, that the public does not know whether people have actually reported the cases in question. Maybe people really told these stories, maybe not. The problem is we don't know. But instead, the UN is passing all this off as fact.
Yeah, and here we have Gaddafi supplies troops with Viagra to encourage mass rape. This article is more than 11 years old because this was the fraud that poured out of the Libyan opposition into the mouth of Susan Rice, then UN ambassador for the Obama administration, to encourage regime change that ultimately turned Libya into a disastrous failed state and an ISIS haven. So we've seen this lie before. Alex, actually, we got an article going up very shortly by you about this lie. I don't know if you have anything to add about the Ukrainian disinformation campaign, which has been eagerly assisted by U.S. media.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're one of the groups in the Ukrainian government that's working with the United Nations, this organization that was headed by, I don't know how Wyatt said her name, but what's her last name? Denisova or something. Yeah. So she actually set up two hotlines. One was in the official capacity of her office, and the other one was with her daughter. And when journalists tried to substantiate some of these stories that were being fed to them through this hotline, for example, a 4-month-old baby being raped with a teaspoon, they weren't able to do so. And so she resigned. Well, she was voted out in a no confidence vote in total disgrace. She was in fact working with the UN. And let's point out really quick that the United Nations Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights, of the 10 foreign governments that fund it, all of them except for Switzerland have been giving weapons to Ukraine. So, I mean, it's hardly an impartial actor in my view. I mean, you have to understand that, like any organization that claims independence, but it's funded, 9 of its 10 funders are like proxy war belligerents. You can hardly, take that credibility on its face when they call themselves independent. So, I think those things are worth pointing out. The stories that have come actually, I wish we could play the clip now, but I actually haven't sent it to you, Max. But the UN envoy who pushed this Viagra claim, she first pushed it back in, I think, June. It was in an interview with a U.S. government, the foundation, the Institute for Peace, it's U.S. government, like think tank kind of thing.
It's a State Department cutout right across the street from the State Department.
Right. Yeah. So she testified there, and she was asked a question about reporting and verification. And basically everything that she says in the course of 5 minutes of responding to this question, and this is when she first brought up the Viagra claim, casts doubt on the veracity of anything she says. She undermines herself. She talks about how a lot of the tips that were coming in through the hotlines are anonymous, how the UN has a higher threshold for verification than the offices in Ukraine. And so they're working with those offices to try to establish credibility on cases. So it's not, you don't see this kind of human rights work going on in Donbas. You don't have Amnesty International, really doing reports, or Human Rights Watch or anything like that. It's the NGO industrial complex tied with the UN, giving support to the NATO proxy war by only damning one side, and oftentimes those it's just false what they're putting out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Amnesty International begrudgingly acknowledged that Ukrainian forces were using civilians as collateral, that the Azov battalion was firing on civilian corridors, people trying to escape Mariupol, going towards the Russian side because they needed them as collateral. And they came under attack from who? Their own bureau inside Kiev, which is explicitly using this human rights NGO, the supposed human rights NGO, as it's used typically around the world, as just a vehicle for advancing NATO's agenda and what effectively would be regime change in Russia if they can achieve total victory. And Amnesty International apologized for its own report. So they're not going to go any further and document what you've been seeing in Donetsk. There are human rights organizations there, but they're not only ignored, they themselves come under attack. We've seen relief workers killed and, completely ignored in Western media. It's like the whole area isn't there. There are no humans there on the other side of the contact line. And, I wanted to ask you both, just because you are, doing this reporting that is considered essentially forbidden in U.S. media. Wyatt, you've been branded with the mark of the beast on your Twitter account. And Alex, you did your first part of your NAFO piece. But, what is the response, Alex? You've been swarmed with cartoon dogs. And I mean, it seems like they're kind of proving your point. Like all they do, we wrote in the intro of the piece, or you wrote in the intro of the piece. I just consider everything if it's at the Grayzone, but
fair enough.
You wrote that if you criticize NAFO, you will immediately be accused by hundreds of cartoon dogs of being paid by and or performing fellatio on Vladimir Putin. And that's precisely what happened to you. And Wyatt, what kind of reaction are you getting?
Yeah, well, I mass block all of these things because it's a tool of information warfare, and they are trying to report me. They're trying to take me down from the website. So I have run through just a block list that just goes after every single person that these people follow, because they move as a little pack of NATO lapdogs. So I just, mass block them so that they're not able to swarm me and just like drown my phone in like vibrations and notifications all day. But some people don't like blocking people. At this point, to me, it's like, it's not a matter of free speech because you're trying to stop me from having free speech. The whole point of them existing is to shut down free speech. I don't really want to play their game, and I'm not interested in being on the receiving end of their harassment, their death threats. They say just like all types of horrific stuff, in the comments of the video about my hotel being struck. It was just all these people saying, oh, you should have gotten there faster. Oh, I wish, and even stuff about like, I can't wait till your body is like a mangled corpse lying in the road, stuff like, it's just like absolutely horrible stuff. And half the time you report it to Twitter, they don't take it down because they changed their policy in February and March, all these big tech companies, to basically make it so that Russians are acceptable, that expressing anti-Russian hatred and wishing death on Russian people is now like an acceptable thing to do according to their hatred policy. Meanwhile, like so much for free speech. We know like Amazon is taking down all of Alexander Dugin's books, right? You're not allowed to buy Alexander Dugin's, this Russian nationalist philosopher's work because it's deemed disinformation, and the Department of the Treasury has said that this is disinformation, so that now Amazon basically says, well, okay, we'll take it down. Meanwhile, they're selling suicide. They're in court right now, defending their right to sell what families of these teenagers who killed themselves with it have called suicide kits, where they sell 95% sodium nitrate, laboratory grade, that has no household use, unlike something like a rope or a knife. And then they package it with books about why you should kill yourself and another chemical to make sure that your body doesn't reject it and vomit it back up. They're packaging all this together, and they're in court right now defending their right to sell this, things that have killed multiple children, but they don't care at all about defending the right to free speech. The Department of the Treasury says, ban this book, it's disinformation. They say, okay, it's done.
It's worth mentioning Dugin was the target of a Ukrainian SBU assassination attempt, and his daughter was killed. She was targeted and murdered. It was a terrorist attack on Russian soil.
The U.S. government has said that this is an SBU operation.
Yeah, and the U.S. government essentially is the SBU. The SBU post 2014 is CIA trained. The CIA had a floor in the SBU building practically. So, I mean, this is all the information wars of a part with the dirty war. This is a hybrid war. I wanted to get Aaron back on here. I don't know if he's watching in the Jimmy Dore studio, but I think we should address this. This is another aspect of the war, the political war, which is to prevent any possible debate or any space for calling for negotiations in Washington. Washington is just filled with cowards. There's really no space in the Democratic Party, especially for any debate on this, at least as long as midterms are coming up and Joe Biden's president. So the Progressive Caucus has retracted its Ukraine letter. This was a letter signed by 30 members of the Progressive Caucus calling for direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. These are 30 members of Congress who voted for $40 billion of aid to Ukraine, which provided the impetus for escalation. It was what brought the HIMARS systems into the Ukrainian battlefield and helped take the fight further to the civilians of Donetsk. They're responsible for that. They have the people portrayed here, Pramila Jayapal, Barbara Lee, who was the only vote against the AUMF allowing the endless war in Afghanistan. Ilhan Omar, who has positioned herself as a pro-peace politician. They all have that blood on their hands voting for the $40 billion. And of course, AOC, who has been recently protested at her own town hall over this vote, and then attacked her protesters as not anti-war because she said they're right-wing. So you can't be anti-war if you're right-wing. and she called them Putin puppets, or So after all of that disastrous display by these progressives who had convinced their constituents that they were for peace, they start to walk back and they start to say that we need to pull back from the brink of nuclear war. It actually says that in the letter. I was so happy that there was finally some space opening in Washington, because we get attacked constantly for actually being the moderates. All we want is a negotiated settlement to end this insane proxy war before it turns into a even hotter war and a nuclear war. And so less than 24 hours later, these complete spineless, gutless cowards retract the letter.
Can I point out the advertisement on the right side of the screen? Can we just? Did you see? Did anybody? Yeah. You got to read their news article about Ukraine, and it's a Lockheed Martin ad.
Well, there you go. I mean, who's paying Politico's bills?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that backfired, according to Politico. The Congressional Progressive Caucus retracted its letter calling on President Joe Biden to push for direct diplomacy with Moscow less than a day after it drew intense backlash from other Democrats. The about face, which Politico first reported was under consideration, comes as some Democratic lawmakers vent their fury that the letter backing talks with Russian President and Satan himself, Vladimir Putin, wasn't recirculated before its public release on Monday. So basically they wanted to water down the letter to the point where...
Have you read the actual press release?
I did, but maybe there's something I missed.
Well, they said it was released by staff without vetting. And,
right.
And Pramila Jayapal said, I accept responsibility for this. And our message is being conflated by some as being equivalent to the recent statement by Republican leader McCarthy threatening to end aid to Ukraine if Republicans take over. He's threatening to end aid,
Right. No. Here's a great little tidbit from the Politico write-up. Ukraine is not ready for negotiations at this point, especially because its months-long counteroffensive has been successful to date.
Successful?
Aren't you? I mean, if it's successful, aren't you supposed to negotiate from a position of strength?
Yeah, it's ready to negotiate as soon as
the
Daddy says it's ready to negotiate. And Washington, it's not like Ukraine is some separate entity from Washington at this point.
Yeah, I mean, but what Alex said is it's like they just, everything is backwards and they just say it when there's no shame there. They're so successful that why would they negotiate? It's like, Aaron, yes, if you were succeeding, then you'd be willing to negotiate because, you negotiate from a position of strength, not from weakness. But obviously, that's the opposite is true. They try to present this as the Ukrainians are winning massively because they have taken back over the past 7 months less than 10,000 square meters of the territory that was taken, the 120,000 plus square kilometers that was taken by the Russian Federation forces. They've taken back less than 10%. They're winning so badly, winning so incredibly that, why would they negotiate? It's just, there's no, everything is backwards now.
Aaron Mate, what do you make of this fiasco? Is there any, why is there no space for any Democrat to say anything about one of the most insane wars of our time?
Can you believe it? So the letter itself was so tepid and it was written so ambiguously so that anybody could see something positive in it. So for example, Matt Duss, who's a progressive proxy warrior, former advisor to Bernie Sanders, recently moved on to a DC think tank. He welcomed the letter initially. I thought it was great because the letter was written so it was so watered down that there really wasn't much there. The only thing different there that I could detect was at least they were calling on Biden to negotiate with Russia directly. And I'd never seen any major Democrats advocate that before. And they were tacitly acknowledging that Biden had refused to negotiate with Russia and calling on him to negotiate with Russia. That to me was the positive about that letter, even though it still contained 100% support for the proxy war. But even the call just to negotiate with Russia, which is still watered down with all these other caveats, like nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, they still affirm that. Even that wasn't enough to last 24 hours for them to retract and to throw their own staffers under the bus. Basically, if you read the letter from Pramila Jayapal, the statement, this is her second statement after issuing the first one. She blames staffers who rushed out the letter too quickly, which is just, that's not true. There's no way these staffers just went behind Pramila Jayapal's back and rushed out a letter after getting everyone's signature. And even some of the signatories are saying this is great that this was retracted. Like Jamie Raskin says, "Oh, I'm really glad that they pulled this letter," but you signed it. So what happened? Well, one thing that happened is Ilhan Omar, who was one of the original signatories, she said on Twitter today, she said this: "Timing is everything in public policy. Letters are written to respond to a moment, and in politics, moments pass in the speed of light. In this case, the letter was a response to intel we were getting on the war and the pathway forward." And what she means by that is that she signed this back in July or something like that. So she's suggesting that the letter was influenced by intel about the war they were getting back then, and things have changed somehow since then, that the intel has changed. And I'd love for her to share what that intel was, which of course she won't, because it's all just a scam. But look, even if you're going to make the argument that conditions on the ground has changed and now Ukraine somehow has a better chance of winning, what has happened since July? Well, yes, Russia lost in Kharkiv. They had to withdraw there. And they also had to withdraw in that town of Liman. But still, they still control about 20% of Ukraine. And what else has happened? Russia has escalated its attacks on civilian infrastructure inside of Ukraine. That wasn't happening back then. And also, Russia has called up 300,000 reservists, showing that for Russia, this is an existential war and that they're not going to back down. So the idea that somehow this is motivated by a change in the situation on the ground is just delusional. And what it says, going back to Max's question, is that if you remotely dissent from the policy of fighting Russia to the last Ukrainian in Washington, you will be harassed. And these people who put out this letter, like Pramila Jayapal and the signatories from the Congressional Progressive Caucus, are obviously so brittle that they can't handle even some criticism on Twitter from neocons. That's what this was, just an online freak out. And I'm sure behind the scenes too, they got a lot of heat as well. But
it was Bernie's people freaking out too. I mean, Matt Dust, Joe Cirincione, who's been who's a big NAFO supporter now and has been attacking me as a pro-Putin conservative on Twitter. I mean, they probably pushed back, but I mean, you mentioned, Aaron, that they were given intelligence assessments. I threw up the Ilhan Omar tweet on screen because I think you can read into it that there were intelligence briefings in the last 24 hours to get these progressives to walk back this statement and tell them, no, you don't understand. Ukraine is winning. They need victory, and you are interfering with the victory. And we are the intelligence community. And, as Chuck Schumer said during the Trump era, they have 100 ways to screw you till Sunday or something. So they basically got threatened by the spooks. That's my reading, Aaron.
Well, that's interesting. So she says in this particular case, the letter was a response to intel we were getting on the war and the pathway forward. So I guess, you know what? But the thing is, Max, I think she's referring to the original letter, not
Okay.
the statement.
Right.
So I think she's saying that, but she is suggesting that they were getting intel back then that presumably has changed since then, if they've changed their position. But that doesn't mean also that they didn't get some pressure behind the scenes over the last 24 hours. I'm sure they did. So I think what you're saying is totally plausible, that maybe people who have access to the quote unquote intelligence came and pressured them and said, what you're doing is wrong. We have a chance to win. But like, regardless, the fact that, like, what are they retracting? It's a call for diplomacy. That's it. They weren't even saying we're going to stop funding the proxy war. And in fact, they reiterated right afterwards that they're all going to keep voting to support the proxy war. That's what Pramila Jayapal did. So all they're saying is simply talk to Russia. And even that couldn't be countenanced in Washington.
Yeah.
Well, Mark Pocan.
Wait a minute. Sorry to cut in. It can be countenanced in Washington only among the MAGA conservatives. And there is a revolt within the Republican Party over this war. It's not a Republican thing. Most members of the Republican Party are down with the Uniparty on this war. And you've got all these candidates like Joe Kent in Washington who are running on the war.
Yeah, that's true. Joe Kent has called for diplomacy with Russia, but I don't think calls for diplomacy are really a popular cry from Republicans right now. Yes, some Republicans have voted against proxy war funding, but I haven't seen a big push from them either for diplomacy, except for Joe Kent. I mean, he's an exception. He wants to basically isolate Russia from China because he wants to take on China. So the political spectrum we have is just, I've never seen it so pathetic. I mean, it was already pretty pathetic when you have Democrats who are elected to take on the establishment, to claim to oppose endless wars and the military-industrial complex. There was a time when Bernie was talking about the military-industrial complex, although he's dropped that. To see them vote in lockstep for this proxy war, right? That's one level of just being pathetic. But then, when they finally, like nearly a year into this thing, when they put out a tepid call for diplomacy, they can't even hang with that for 24 hours before it has to be retracted. That says a lot about where we're at.
Well, the difference is the Republicans are actually somewhat responsive to their base. The base wanted Trump, and they got Trump. We wanted Bernie. What did we get? And not that the Democrats, the Democratic base is particularly anti-war. In some cases, they are like the most vehement supporters of proxy war with Russia. They've spent the past 6 years of their life getting their whole identity twisted up with the idea that Russia is the devil and Russia is single-handedly responsible for every problem in my life. Russia got Trump elected. Russia has bounties out on U.S. soldiers, blah, 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 blah. And now, you want to hear a dissenting opinion about this, you have to go to the Republican Party, apparently, because the Democrats just have no spine. I mean, Mark Pocan also wrote this just pathetic mea culpa on Twitter. He said, somebody told him there's big problems with this letter. Some Russia professor, big problems with this letter from Democratic members of Congress, including my own Congressman, Mark Pocan. It's asking the Biden administration to do things that's already doing, some others that are counterproductive. He said, I hear you. This is what you get from Democrats. These are the people they hear. They hear you and see you. I hear you. First, this was written in July. I have no idea why it went out now. Bad timing. And he says, I've supported the efforts and will continue. Overanalyzed by some. And then he got attacked by some NAFO troll as well. Tell WAPO to retract the article, explain the timing. He said, sloppy article with a photo looking like we had a press conference from a completely different topic. We have reached out. So they're reaching out now to the Washington Post to get them to retract or edit their article in some way to prove that they are not, pro diplomacy with Vladimir Putin.
Okay, wait, we have that. I wanted to show it. Reaction from Jamie Raskin, I was surprised he actually signed this letter, because as we've seen, he was one of the biggest Russiagate fanatics, and here he accuses liberals and progressives of revealing a colonialist reflex for calling for negotiations. Let's read. It is a bad colonial habit to suppose that ultimately peace depends upon the wishes of great powers and the great powers alone. And even progressive and liberal people can fall into this colonialist reflex. That's Jamie Raskin, representing the formerly anti-war bastion of Tacoma Park, which is it's a DC suburb increasingly overtaken by the ranks of Blue Anon. I grew up over the DC side of the border from there, and can tell you that community, it used to be like the Berkeley of DC. It used to be an anti-nuclear zone opposing Reagan. And now you just see Ukrainian flags everywhere around Tacoma Park. And Jamie Raskin is their representative. And many of you might remember when I grilled Jamie Raskin about his support for Russiagate at a hysterical anti-Russian rally back in 2017. I mean, I actually have it up here. It's pretty insane and worth watching. I want to actually say something about Jamie Raskin, because I think he really embodies the decline of the anti-war movement and progressives. And actually, we have an interview with Medea Benjamin and Tig Berry of Code Pink up at the Grayzone's YouTube channel, where Medea talks about having lobbied that day in offices like Barbara Lee, Jamal Bowman, and they all say, well, to not support Ukraine would be to support colonialism. So they've all been told to use this kind of language traditionally associated with the anti-war movement. But here's Jamie Raskin, early on as he was being groomed as a kind of neocon Democrat.
You said we don't have all the facts. So what is the most
Well, that's why we need
powerful?
an independent commission. We need an independent commission to get all the facts. All we have is clues, So we know that Page and Manafort and Stone were on the Russian payroll. We know there are all of these meetings between the son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Kislyak, and all these Russian agents. And, I don't know whether it was a money-making operation. I don't know whether they were actually colluding to distort the news and to frame the campaign. And that's why we need an independent commission.
In France, they hacked and trashed Macron in a bid to elect the right-wing immigrant-bashing Marine Le Pen.
You said that Russia attempted to hack Macron in the French elections.
Yeah, well, we know that.
The Washington Post has reported that the French cyber intelligence agency has said that it's not true.
Well, I haven't read this article, but certainly Macron is convinced.
It's not true.
Yeah, well, certainly Macron is convinced of it. And everything that we read before was.
It was reported days ago. The Associated Press.
Well, all the information I've seen is that there was a hacking and a data dump. The weekend before, there was certainly a data dump, and so are they saying
maybe it could have been anyone?
Well, it's quite
the French top cyber intelligence agency. The government got access to the servers.
You support an independent commission?
Yeah, but look at what. But you said that Roger Stone hosted a show on RT.
Roger Stone hosted a series on the Russia Propaganda Network.
Do you believe that we need?
Roger Stone didn't host a show on RT.
You're saying he's never been on an RT?
But he didn't host a show.
Okay, well, look, you can go up and pick the details you want, but I don't see why it would be your interest to support an autocratic authoritarian government which is jailing journalists and fighting against freedom around the world.
I think we should tell the people the truth.
Well, we absolutely should tell the people the truth. If Macron is now saying that the Russians had nothing to do with it, I very happily stand corrected. But we know from the FBI, the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, that Russia was involved in trying to subvert our election. And why would you try to hide that?
You also talked about Venezuela, Philippines, and Syria.
Duterte's Philippines, Assad's Syria, the recent chaos in Venezuela. All the despots, dictators, and kleptocrats have found each other, and Vladimir Putin is the ringleader of the unfree world.
Do you support regime change in those countries?
Well, absolutely, from the people, democratic revolution.
Who do you think would come into power?
He's a killer. Let's talk about Duterte.
He was democratically elected.
Well, he is a killer who is assassinated.
He was elected. He has 80% approval. You support regime change?
Hitler was elected too, then you may as well say.
He wasn't elected.
There's massive.
Hitler won power through a coalition with the conservatives.
Well, but there was a democratic government. So, it was the Weimar regime was a democratic government. But
who would come into power in Syria, do you think, if Assad were and the whole government were overthrown, considering that Al-Qaeda is leading the armed opposition?
Well, I would not favor Al-Qaeda. I presume you wouldn't favor Al-Qaeda either.
I think it's very dangerous to get up and call for regime change.
To call for democracy around the world, that's what America is. We don't support democracy and human rights all over
what happened in Iraq.
Why is that dangerous?
Well, look at what happened in Iraq. It sounds like
Iraq was based on lies and propaganda by the Bush administration. It was all based on
How do you know this isn't lies and propaganda? To advance an agenda.
That's why we need an independent commission. Are you opposed to that?
All the people out here.
Are you? Let me just ask you a question. Do you favor an independent commission to get to the truth, or do you oppose that?
It would be fine, but I think a lot of what we'd uncover is that you have not told the truth. But you got up and stated certain things as facts that are clearly not true.
Well, that's why we need an independent commission, because all we right now is what leaks out of the Trump administration.
Yeah. So basically, after that interview, I ran into Jamie Raskin at a event in DC. We got Danny Shaw in the studio, by the way. He's going to come on and discuss Haiti and Brazil with us. But I want to say this about Jamie Raskin, just because it's kind of personal for me, having grown up in the area of Tacoma Park and knowing how it's been transformed and what he represents. And I'm going to get into that. But I went to an event in DC. It was kind of like a cocktail party of some anti-war people, progressives and libertarians, including many people formerly in the Foreign Service who were disenchanted with the direction of U.S. foreign policy, who wanted to get some support in Congress for the idea that Congress should be forced to declare war before the president acted abroad. That was their thing. And Jamie Raskin showed up. And rather than supporting or being supportive of this and talking to the host of the party about how he can advance more congressional power to restrain the executive on making war, he took aim at me. He cornered me and started screaming at me and waving his finger in my face, just like berating me for that interview and accusing me of lying and being pro-Putin. And he wouldn't let me say a single word. And he started demanding I apologize. I said, why should I apologize? You should apologize for completely betraying the tradition of Marcus Raskin. His father founded IPS and was an opponent of the Vietnam War. He founded one of the only moderately anti-war think tanks in Washington, D.C. But then there's also Tommy Raskin. Tommy Raskin was Jamie Raskin's son. And Jamie Raskin has talked a lot about his son's suicide. He was depressed and committed suicide. It's a really tragic story because he was a really smart young person. Jamie Raskin talked about it in the context of January 6th. He's written about it. He's made a big deal about it. But one thing he's never talked about is what his son actually represented. His son, I think Tommy Raskin would have been with us on this stream right now. This is who his son is. Tommy Raskin was an anti-imperialist. He was a contributor to antiwar.com. And here he is at Amherst delivering a talk on lies the war state tells us while his father was telling the war state's lies. February 7th, 2018. He did not live long after this. You just look up Tommy Raskin's writing on the United States and its empire. It's searing commentary. He knew exactly what was going on. He questioned the official story around Skripal and around Russiagate. And I had a chilling conversation with my friend Scott Horton from the Libertarian Institute, because I knew he used to contribute. The Libertarian Institute hosted antiwar.com. And Scott said, he applied for an internship just a few weeks before he took his own life. And I wish I had just given him that internship. I just didn't get around to it at the time. So Jamie Raskin really shows what Washington can do to separate you from everyone around you. And the real story of Tommy Raskin being an anti-imperialist has never been told to the American public. So this stream is dedicated to him, and Jamie Raskin really should just be absolutely ashamed.
Can I say, just by way of segue, that just a few weeks ago, he mentioned in that video all the Venezuela, Syria. He did like a laundry list of like official U.S. enemy states. But he also, just a few weeks ago, he threw his support behind a letter saying that the U.S. needs to back efforts to create a transitional Haitian government with what they call the Montana Accord. They say this is a Haitian-led mechanism. It's not. This is basically a way to impose a U.S. coup government. So, he'll back a coup there, maybe now too, but only because the situation is so bad that they know the alternative is a like revolutionary government, not U.S. backed one.
Well, that's a perfect segue for Professor Danny Shaw, who I'm going to bring in right now. And Aaron, I know you've done a lot of coverage of Haiti, so you're more than welcome to stay, because we're going to talk to Danny about Haiti as well as the Brazilian election. And Alex, here, welcome to.
Let me just say a final thing before I jump off.
Sure.
I unfortunately can't stay. Just going back to Raskin's letter, where he talks about that somehow people who are calling for diplomacy in Ukraine are practicing what he calls a bad colonial habit, where he says that supposes that ultimately peace depends on the wishes of the great powers and the great powers alone. So basically, he's accusing people who advocate diplomacy right now of falling into what he calls a quote colonialist reflex, because somehow we're trying to dictate to Ukraine how to end the war in Russia. I mean, it's a pretty shocking statement. He's appropriating anti-colonial rhetoric to justify a neo-colonial proxy war. And of course, it's based on ignoring the reality of how this war has gone on so far. And we know from accounts that have come out based on sources from basically every side, Ukraine, Russia, and the US, that there was progress toward a peace deal reached back in March and April. And the U.S. sabotaged it when Boris Johnson went over to Zelensky and told him not to negotiate with Putin. And if he did, the U.S. and UK would not back him up, which basically was an order to keep fighting. So this idea that, it's colonialist of people to call for diplomacy now for Ukraine, and only it's up for Ukraine to decide. First of all, that's a stupid argument, just intellectually, but factually, based on how things have gone so far, it's the U.S. has done the exact opposite of what Raskin claims to try to defend, where the U.S. has dictated to Ukraine when and not it can reach a peace deal. And of course, that's the problem with this letter. And this is where I'll end. In trying to be ambiguous with their initial letter and trying to get as many signatures as possible, like to bring on people like Jamie Raskin, you have to pretend that what has happened so far just doesn't exist. So in calling for diplomacy with Russia, if possible, and making it seem as if just, the problem has been a lack of effort so far, it erases the factual background, which is that there has been an effort towards diplomacy, but the U.S. has sabotaged it at every turn. And if you're not willing to acknowledge those basic facts, then you're not going to get very far, because then you're not rooted in reality. And because you're not tethered to reality, you're going to cave very quickly when you get the slightest pressure from neocons in your party and in the media. And that's what they did within 24 hours. And it's just pathetic beyond words.
Absolutely pathetic. Well, Aaron,
I'm gonna hop off too, I think, but I also want to just add, this AOC said basically the same thing, that we have to support the Ukrainian right to self-determination. What these people are not talking about is the people of the Donbas's right to self-determination. The people of Eastern Ukraine have no right to determine their own future. And if you say they do, then you're a colonialist. Even if you say, I think everyone in Ukraine should have the right to decide what part of this country, whether they want to be a part of Ukraine, whether they want to be a part of Russia, that's colonialism now. Self-determination is colonialism. Like, up is down, left is right. Nazis are good and peace is evil. And that's the world we live in.
I mean, the Donbas, I don't know, because, the polls there have shown different things over the years. With Crimea, for example, though, it's just unmistakably clear, the vast majority of the population wants to be a part of Russia. Nobody disputes that. Donbas, I'm sure it's a majority if I were to bet, but I do think there's probably a bit more of a diversity of views there when it comes to what they want. And there, at least the polls I've seen. But Crimea, which Ukraine is now trying to retake, and that's the official Ukrainian policy, which I guess we're not allowed to question because it's up to Ukrainians to decide. In Crimea, the vast majority all want to be a part of Russia and have tried to be a part of Russia for a long time. But it's exactly as you say, people, voices like them, their agency it doesn't count.
Well, thanks a lot for joining us, Wyatt Reed, from London, just back from the Donbas region.
Actually in Paris still, but.
Oh, in Paris. Okay, so we'll look for your coverage of the general strike coming up there. Thursday. Great. And Aaron in LA, he's going to be guest hosting Jimmy Dore tomorrow and Friday. Maybe I'll stop in.
You better. I'm counting on you.
All right, we're going to do it.
Good to see you, Wyatt.
Invite myself. And Alex, you're welcome to stay on with us. We're going to bring on Danny Shaw.
Yeah, I'll sit for a little bit. Can I comment really quick on Raskin?
Yeah, sure. And then we'll bring in Danny.
Well, Wyatt was saying that Raskin has, endorsed this intervention in Haiti. And at the same time, he's disgracing the legacy of his son by invoking him to try to get Trump through this January 6th thing. So he's okay with, this style of coup in a third world country. But when it comes here, he's willing to throw his own son, who died many years or several years before January 6th, and try to attach his son's name to this campaign. And I just think it's really sick. But also, as we, I don't know if I should reveal this, but Jamie Raskin actually hosted the co-founder of NAFO at Congress during Trump's State of the Union. So it just shows that he's been kind of absorbed into this liberal national security blob that
Yeah, totally.
That's it.
Yeah, totally. And it just swallows everyone up who goes into Congress. Well, thanks so much for joining us. And that will be in part 2 of your investigation into NAFO, which is coming out soon at the Grayzone. Alex is a regular contributor to the Grayzone. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Max.
All right. So now we're going to transition before I have some kind of like on air, if I pass out on air, this is the longest stream I've ever done with the most guests, but I thought it was important to do since we haven't really been churning out content for a little while. And I want to transition south right now and bring on my friend Danny Shaw, who is a professor of Latin American studies at the City University of New York and a frequent commentator to Telesur, as well as Hispan TV and other networks. I guess you're also an occasional commentator at the Grayzone now. But Danny, welcome to the Grayzone.
How you doing, Max? Thanks for the invite.
Good to see you. And welcome back. I guess you were just in Brazil for an extended period. You've been going to Brazil and working with social movements there since 1998. And you also have been traveling and spending extensive time in Haiti, working with social movements there. And you are a student of Creole. You speak Creole. So welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Since 1998, I've been traveling to Haiti. The situation is perhaps more intense than ever, even by the standards of the everyday Haitian people. Right now, drinkable water, water to bathe, is unattainable for the vast majority of people in Port-au-Prince, 2.5 million people in Port-au-Prince. We can unpack the different layers to what's happening, the gangs, the G9, the Confederation of 9 gangs led by Jimmy Cherizier and the character of the G9. And right now, gasoline, for 1 gallon of gasoline in Haiti, it's at $25 US. So unattainable. It was not infrequent at night that these young children, 11, 12, 13, they would go out and they would siphon off gasoline from any car that they could access. And then the next day they would sell that gasoline at $20 versus $25, which is a big drop if you need to operate a bus or a car. So things are very dire indeed right now in Haiti. But a U.S. military incursion, the 4th of the last 100 years, would just make things more dire.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. What is the justification for a 4th intervention or occupation of Haiti? And tell us about G9, this constellation that's referred to as simply as gangs in U.S. media.
So the G9 is based out of Delma 5, Delma 6. This is where Jimmy Cherizier, alias Barbecue, is from. I've heard some people posit that Barbecue is a Robin Hood-like figure. Certainly Barbecue or Jimmy Cherizier's rhetoric has become more intense, specifically in the past, I think, 6 months or so. He talks more and more against bourgeois santé, the stinking, rotten bourgeoisie of Haiti, which of course he's 100% correct about. These elite families which live up in the hills of Pétionville. But the vast majority of Haitians that I've talked to, and the most important leadership of grassroots organizations and social movements and revolutionary movements, categorically reject the idea that Jimmy Cherizier in this confederation of 9 gangs from across Port-au-Prince has any revolutionary potential. They see him as an opportunist. They see him as a modern day warlord who stands to profit from all of this chaos. The largest fuel barracks in all of Haiti is called the Varro fuel barracks. The G9 and Cherizier have had this blocked off now for months, cutting off most of Haiti then from gasoline and access to oil. Ariel Henry entered into new agreements with the IMF, making the official price of gas even higher. So the Haitian people at this point are defining Ariel Henry as the major roadblock to their progress. Ariel Henry is the third iteration of the PHTK neo-colonial government. Nothing happens in Haiti under the nose of the State Department, the Pentagon, U.S. intelligence services without them approving. So Ariel Henry is somebody that they saw as a safe bet once Jovenel Moise was assassinated last July 5th. I was coincidentally on the second to last flight out of Cap Haitien when Jovenel Moise was assassinated. Now, the people had been mobilized since February 7th of last year against Jovenel Moise, and they wanted to take him out of power. But I never heard one Haitian talk about assassinating Jovenel Moise. So there were dozens of Colombian paramilitaries who were part of that assassination with links to the Drug Enforcement Agency and former Haitian American agents based out of Miami, which the Miami Herald today ran an entire article about 500,000 illegal guns awash in Haiti, the vast majority of which come from the United States, specifically through Miami. So what the United States is trying to do in a very contradictory, hypocritical way, the very forces who set the stage for this crisis in Haiti, they're now trying to use all of these guns and the quote unquote gang crisis as their ideological pretext for this fourth invasion in 100 years of Haiti.
So yeah, it seems really strange to me. All these guns started flooding in. I mean, it really, the dam break was kind of 2004 regime change, removal of Jean-Bertrand Aristide, where the weapons that Guy Philippe and his crew, who was then the kind of U.S. asset at the time, who then kind of went off the U.S. reservation and is now in a U.S. prison, what Guy Philippe and his crew were carrying into Port-au-Prince, these were not the most high-powered weapons, but now you see high-powered weapons flooding the streets of Haiti. They are in the possession of G9 and other groups, and that is being used as the justification for the U.S. to go in. I'm not alleging some kind of conspiracy, but it seems really strange that all these conditions are in place. And, just another question, moving back to a comment you made, Jimmy Cherizier, aka Barbecue, you're saying he is blockading fuel. And this is another justification for foreign intervention. What is his justification for blockading fuel?
According to Cherizier, he's trying to punish the bourgeoisie up in Pétionville. When we talk about the bourgeoisie of Haiti, we're talking about, 10 to 12 mega rich billionaire families who don't go to a doctor anywhere in Pétionville. They fly directly to Paris, Miami, or New York. Yeah. So that's why so many grassroots actors are questioning Cherizier's intentions. But I think it is important to say that Cherizier, his rhetoric, his interviews, his press conferences, this is an intellectual. This is a guy who has studied on some level. This is a guy well-versed in the historical role of the lumpen proletariat. I think the second major point, in addition to Cherizier being some type of organic intellectual, we can debate how sincere he is. If I felt, Max, one way or the other, that Jimmy Cherizier was the true Robin Hood of Haiti of 2022, I would say it explicitly. And if I thought Jimmy Cherizier was just this complete opportunistic criminal, I would say that. I think it's more complex, more dialectical. I think the second major point we want to drive home is that as much as Cherizier's front or gang, he rebaptized his organization as the Revolutionary Forces of the G9. Touch one of us, touch all of us is quite an extensive name. But, he claims to be doing all of this in defense of his communities and the downtrodden, the sufferers of Haiti. I overheard so many different shootouts in Bel Air, in La Saline, in these neighborhoods, in these oppressed communities in in the heart of Port-au-Prince. But I think it's important to say that Jimmy Cherizier's communities were also attacked. When I went to meet Cherizier on Easter last year, his communities had also suffered a great deal of attacks, of displacement, of grenades, of gun attacks. So this is a war. And I always found it very peculiar that the mainstream media in Haiti, and of course in the United States, always attack Cherizier, but never mention that his communities were also under attack. So there's a ton of contradictions here. There's a lot we have to dig into. I'll also say with the mass movement that exploded last February 7th, 2021, hundreds of thousands, over millions of Haitians in the streets against Jovenel Moïse as a tissu sous blanc, a puppet of the US. But I never saw G9 ever march shoulder to shoulder with the everyday people. G9 would do their own kind of particular, unique demonstrations led by Cherizier and his other top commanders. So it was a real disconnect there. I think the comparison to Guy Philippe is interesting. Guy Philippe was working on behalf of the US when he marched on Port-au-Prince with his ragtag gang in 2004. They used that as a pretext to reinvade the third invasion at that time. So I think the comparison to Guy Philippe could be important.
Yeah. Yeah. And as I said, Guy Philippe has been extradited and jailed in the US because he turned on his former masters after leading the removal of Jean-Bertrand Aristide, democratically elected liberation theology priest who removed the specter of the Duvalier family from Haiti. And now, that specter is back. Okay, we have a UN Security Council vote coming up on foreign intervention in Haiti. Will Russia and China step in to block foreign intervention? And what would the consequences of a foreign intervention be? I understand the public, whatever they feel about G9, is pretty united against it.
The United Nations at this point, certainly Russia and China will both veto this vote for a fourth US/ quote unquote bilateral invasion and occupation of Haiti. Then the US has been trying to use Luis Almagro, one of their favorite títeres or lackeys in the Organization of American States. And at this point, the 23 members of the OAS are very split. The Grupo of Lima is no more. We have progressive presidents, regardless of what critiques we have. There's definitely a new distillation of power and forces in Chile, in Peru, in Honduras, in Mexico, in Argentina, and certainly in Brazil. As of Sunday, we should see a whole new balance of forces across the continent. So they can no longer use the OAS the way they used the OAS to invade Grenada with CARICOM in 1983, when they sent 42,000 US Marines to the Dominican Republic on April 28th, 1965. OAS at this point, people aren't talking about the Grupo de Lima. They're talking about the Grupo de Puebla. And to have López Obrador, who is by no means a revolutionary, but just the fact that he's neutralized US power in their quote unquote backyard has certainly stuck a wrench into their plans, which then forces them to use CARICOM. And what they're trying to do with the CARICOM nations of the Caribbean is they're trying to deputize Bahamas or another really tiny nation to take the lead, because they want to frame this as multilateral or bilateral, even though it's the same troika of evil as always, as the Haitians call it, the troika of evil being the US, Canada, and France, always playing this leading role in the occupation and invasion of Haiti, of course, using the UN as a fig leaf or as a multilateral type of camouflage in the OAS. But at this point, it's appearing increasingly difficult. The vast majority of Haitians, of course, remember the 1991 coup against Jean-Bertrand Aristide, which was hatched in Washington and Paris and Miami. And they remember the 2004 coup against Aristide. So the Haitians are saying, how can the very forces most responsible for this disease of neocolonialism pretend to now have the cure?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, on that note, and correct me if I'm wrong, when UN so-called peacekeeper troops entered Haiti after the removal of Aristide, many of them were from Brazil, and I think this was authorized by Lula da Silva. They brought with them cholera, dumping their waste into streams around Port-au-Prince, and many Haitian women suffered sexual assault at the hands of these troops. So give us some background on not just U.S. intervention, but international intervention in Haiti. We also have the French, and what this means if Ariel Henry gets his wish.
Yeah, in the Washington Post and the New York Times framing it as Haitians are asking for intervention when it's Ariel Henry, unelected. Jovenel Moise was unelected. Michel Martelly, the first iteration of the PHTK, was put into power when Hillary Clinton flew to Port-au-Prince. So this is a party that's completely bankrupt and corrupt. It would be translated as the bald-headed party of Haiti. I mean, how does a serious political party call themselves the bald-headed party? Just in that name, you hear how unserious, unprofessional, and amateur they are. We should all study Jean-Bertrand Aristide, who to this day, when there's these massive protests of hundreds of thousands in the streets of Cap Haïtien and in Port-au-Prince, many people are carrying different pictures of Jean-Bertrand Aristide because Aristide is equated with Haitian sovereignty and self-determination. The fact that he was twice couped and kidnapped and ultimately kidnapped to the Central African Republic and abandoned there, Haitians have a long internationalist memory, and this is not lost upon them. From 2003 to 2018, the United Nations had this minister occupation of Haiti. The brunt of this force, the bulk of it, was 30,000 Brazilian troops. I was there in Haiti when the Brazilian troops were there occupying. I tried to translate on different occasions, asking the Brazilian soldiers, why were they in Haiti? Did they want to learn about the Haitian culture, Haitian history, Haitian sovereignty, the Haitian language? These soldiers were very arrogant, completely disconnected from Haitian reality. The Brazilian troops, and it wasn't just Brazilian troops, it was Nepalese troops, Chilean troops, Argentinian troops, tens of thousands of troops, including the 30,000 from Brazil, sent to occupy Haiti. Massacres were committed twice in Cité Soleil. People should look up Dred Wilmer, who was a representative of the most oppressed of Port-au-Prince. He had a lot of popular support. He was ultimately gunned down by these Minister UN Brazilian troops. You had massacres in Fort Nacional. You had massacres in Bel Air, in the Lavalas or Aristide strongholds. So certainly when we accuse Jimmy Cherizier today of all of these massacres, we need to look no further than the U.S. supported and sponsored troops who carried out these massacres as well. In addition to the cholera epidemic, which has made a big return, there's thousands of new cases being reported because things we take for granted here in the belly of the beast, Haitians right now do not have access to drinking water, to bathe, gasoline, food. There's no mobility in Port-au-Prince. So for Haitians to go out in March is really taking a risk with their lives. But for many Haitians, there's a choice between dying quietly, starving in a passive way, or going out and risking their lives for something that they believe in. So when the US and the Canadians send more tanks and quote unquote anti-riot equipment, our tax dollars once again are being used to subvert Haitian sovereignty.
Absolutely. And we also have to remember that anti-riot equipment was sanctioned by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in the US to the Aristide, the democratically elected administration of Aristide. So now it's the other way around, and for a very good reason. Thanks for that analysis, Danny. We're here with Professor Danny Shaw, professor of Latin American Studies at City University of New York and a frequent commentator at Telesur. And we're going to talk about Brazil's elections right now. Danny has a recent article in the Council on Hemispheric Affairs, and the title of the article is Brazil, More Fascism and Neocolonialism or a Path Back to Self-Determination. Danny, which path will Brazil take, and what's your analysis of how it got there?
Yeah, and this segue from Haiti to Brazil, I'll segue drawing this very connection that you raised, the 30,000 Brazilian troops who occupied Haiti from 2003 to 2018, one oppressed nation occupying another oppressed nation. There's been some good articles and debates and back and forth on the left in the United States. People should check out important pieces in Black Alliance for Peace and in the Black Agenda Report in critique of Brazil in this occupation. Certainly, there's nothing but truth in those articles. But to frame it as Lula's occupation, I think is a little bit tricky. I mean, Lula was at war with the generals and the right wing and the fascist components, which are very strong in Brazil. Lula is not the state of Brazil, but this occurred under his democratic mandate. So certainly he should have to answer for it, as well as Dilma Rousseff, though I've never heard either of them even address this or speak about it publicly. I would like to think that if Lula had a real sit down and critically reflected on what this neocolonial occupation meant of Haiti, he would certainly issue way beyond an apology. He should be issuing reparations to Haiti. And on this point, I just want to say that those very Brazilian troops who occupied Port-au-Prince in Haiti were then brought back to Rocinha in Complexo de Alemão, in the biggest favelas in Rio de Janeiro, to occupy the same word that they used in Haiti, the bandits. They came back to occupy the quote-unquote bandits of Rio de Janeiro. There's a great documentary from the 2004 occupation called Kill All of the Bandits. And that slogan is in quotes because beginning with the 1915 and 1934 U.S. military, the Marine occupation of Haiti for 19 years, the re-invasion in 94 and again in 2004, they always describe their enemies as bandits. So transitioning to Brazil, right now Lula's up by 7 percentage points just days before the election. It seems way too late at this point for Bolsonaro to grab any last minute tricks out of his pockets. Bolsonaro seems down and out. In the last 48 hours, there's been a very high profile incident when one of his main supporters, a congressman by the name of Roberto Jefferson. It's very ironic that so many Brazilians named Jefferson in Washington after two U.S. presidents and slave owners, and in the case of Thomas Jefferson, a slave trader. That was an interesting point. I was asking a lot of questions about that to different friends over in Brazil. But Roberto Jefferson just had this whole shootout with Brazilian federal police. He promised that he would shoot them, and this right-wing fascist, after the shootout, they sent negotiators. They treated him with kids' gloves. And all of Brazil is saying, only a rich right-wing oligarch could shoot police officers, throw grenades at them, and then they send negotiators to take this individual into custody in such a peaceful way. So Bolsonaro's tried to deny that he has any relationship to this fascist. But as we can tell from this picture and this tweet, this is one of Bolsonaro's strongest backers. So certainly in terms of public relations, all of the votes in the polls right now are certainly oscillating downwards for Bolsonaro and upwards for Lula.
And you've noted, Professor Danny Shaw, that I believe you noted this in your piece, that the ruling class in Brazil is actually divided on Bolsonaro. That includes the generals, the Brazilian deep state. What accounts for that?
Yeah, I think that's very correct. I was reading a few op-eds after October 3rd, the Estado de Sao Paulo and other organs of the elites, their everyday newspapers and news programs. And it feels right now like the true Brazilian ruling class. Like here in the US, we can see very clearly the true ruling class is very anti-Trump. The FBI, the intelligence committees, Congress, Senate, Twitter, right? Very, very anti-Trump. To what extent they're pro-Biden, one could have a certain, debate. Well, in Brazil, they're very, very anti-PT. They're very anti-Lula. Estado de Sao Paulo wrote on October 4th that they refused to endorse either Bolsonaro or Lula. They were both equally full of corruption and scandals. They were both equal liars. I'm just quoting the Estado de Sao Paulo, kind of like maybe the Daily News of Sao Paulo, if you will. And many of the ruling class organs, they seem more anti-Bolsonaro than pro-Lula. But Bolsonaro made such a mockery out of COVID, over 500,000 Brazilians dying, the vast majority Afro-Brazilians and indigenous Brazilians and Brazilians from the favelas. Bolsonaro's economic record has been atrocious. So I think the very mouthpieces of public opinion, which come from the Brazilian oligarchy and ruling class, they've done an about face. They attacked the PT really beginning in 2011, 2012, and they set in motion Lava Jato. They set in motion this whole car wash operation. They bugged Lula's phone and Dilma's phone and their defense attorneys in a very illegal way. Those judges who oversaw that were given promotions. So certainly politics in Brazil are very complex, but the true pillars of the PT's power, you have the largest trade union in all of South America, the CUT, the CUT. Then you have the MST, the movement of the landless, 1.6 million members. So you have these massive social movements, which is really the everyday power of the PT, and they've elected many other candidates who are very progressive and anti-imperialist, because the elections on October 3rd weren't just for president. There were dozens of governorships and mayorships and senator positions up for re-election as well.
And what kind of Lula da Silva would return to power? Here we have interesting statement reported widely, including in Reuters, by his running mate, Alikman, who is considered very pro-U.S., has been really close to the U.S. embassy. And he says fiscal discipline is non-negotiable if Lula wins. In other words, well, let's just read from the article. The first point is fiscal responsibility, which is non-negotiable. Former Sao Paulo Governor Alikman wrote on Twitter, although he didn't elaborate, priorities would include an increase in competitiveness, a reduction in production costs, and the recovery of national industry, employment, and income. So some of that sounds more like privatization, opening up, austerity at a time of financial difficulties like so many countries are experiencing across the global South. And he's from the center-right Social Democracy Party. So what kind of Lula will return to power? Will it be someone who is a champion of the poor and workers, or a sort of conciliatory figure?
I think definitely a conciliatory figure. The fact that he had to choose Geraldo Alckmin as his vice presidential running mate shows to what extent he's had to reconcile different class interests in Brazil. We can personalize it as much as we want and put everything on Lula as if it was all up to Lula's own individual consciousness. I think Lula on a personal level is clearly much more anti-imperialist than perhaps some give him credit for. He's floated the idea of the SUR, of a united South American currency to combat the dollar. This was the very conversation he had with Obama some 10 years ago, telling Obama that South Americans, oppressed people, were sick of the supremacy of the dollar, and they needed to have their own currency that was stable and that responded to their needs. But Lula doesn't live in this perfect terrain. He has these generals, he has these television networks at his throat. So he has to play somewhat of a fair role where he doesn't ruffle too many feathers, step on too many bourgeois toes, or he could be taken out beforehand. So politics becomes this game of reconciliation. And clearly, as anti-imperialists and leftists, we don't want to hear that here in the imperialist center, but that's the reality on the ground. I think all of South America is watching anxiously. Victory for Lula should open up new opportunities for the Latin American left, specifically for the Bolivarian camp. Venezuela's made a comeback in the last year. Things are very difficult right now with the blockade in Cuba, in the hurricane that hit Cuba recently. A victory for Lula hopefully then means a renewed diplomatic and economic relationship with these blockaded countries, which will then inject a new energy, a new enthusiasm to these countries that have, in the case of Cuba since 1959, in the case of Venezuela since 1999, when Hugo Chavez assumed power. But certainly these blockaded nations need all the support that they can get. And Lula's relationship to China, to Russia, definitely signifies this multilateral dawn that I think has already started for all of humanity.
Yeah, I've traveled extensively throughout the region during the time when Bolsonaro was in power, and everywhere I go, Nicaragua, Bolivia, even places like Mexico, what I hear from people who are on the left in those countries is that they don't believe Lula is some great revolutionary figure, that he's going to be aligned with the Bolivarian revolution of Venezuela. In fact, I think one of Lula's final speeches in office was a criticism or denunciation of Venezuela's government. But they understand that him coming back into power will provide a buffer against the imperial power projection of the U.S. because of Brazil's strong economy, its geography, the role that it has traditionally played in the region. And so he does present some kind of hope, and we're seeing a new wave across Latin America towards the left. What would be the best outcome here in your view, and how do you think the Biden administration might attempt to sabotage it?
Yeah, these are great questions. Certainly it was the Department of Justice that conspired with
the Obama Department of Justice.
Exactly. They conspired on a day-to-day basis to wage this lawfare campaign against Lula, against then President Dilma Rousseff, who was taken out of power, who was couped in 2016, and the left in Brazil is still trying to recover. And lawfare is their new golpismo. If in the 1970s they used actual COINTELPRO, the same way they took out the Panthers here and the Young Lords and the American Indian movement and the Young Patriots, they took out the left of Argentina. They were able to convert 1 out of 3 Uruguayan citizens into snitches against the left in Uruguay. They waged a dirty war in Paraguay. Well, the dirty war nowadays is to malign and vilify these figures like Cristina Kirchner de Fernandez in Argentina. Rafael Correa still can't go back home to his homeland in Ecuador. He's in exile in Brussels. So this is the strategy that they've used. And if Lula were to go too far to the left, if he were to rock the seat of social democracy too much, they would certainly reignite a new lawfare campaign against him. So I think a Lula victory means a victory for social democracy. Lula's campaign is squarely focused on 3 meals a day for the 210 million people of Brazil, 75 million of whom have been food insecure. Lula has focused a ton on social programs like Fome Zero, Zero Hunger, and Bolsa Familia. This would mean that families, the most needy families, would get more food subsidies and gas subsidies and subsidized rent, really the essence of social democracy. So I think what we're looking at on Sunday is a showdown between a Brazilian Bernie Sanders and the Brazilian Trump, with the Brazilian Bernie Sanders way in the lead at this point, 7 to 8 point percentage lead. I think analysts around the world will be very surprised if Lula doesn't win, come out on top with 54 to 56% of the vote on Sunday.
Well, we'll be watching closely, and maybe we'll have you back afterwards to assess the situation. Professor Danny Shaw, is there anything you want to add before we take off here?
Thanks for the invite. I mean, Brazil's a massive country. I think here in the US, I always kind of quiz my students. We're talking about 210 million people. So certainly smaller than the US in terms of population. But if you forget about Alaska for a second, I mean, Alaska was stolen. All of the United States was stolen. We're all walking on stolen land here. There's no question about that. But if we forget about Alaska for a second, then geographically, Brazil is bigger than the continental United States. We're talking about 115 million Afro-Brazilians, the second largest African population in the world outside of Nigeria. So there's a lot at stake. And we're talking about somewhere between 33% and 50% of the entire landmass that is South America. We're talking about the Amazon, the very lungs of Brazil. So the way that Brazil goes really dictates the tempo, not just of South America, but all of the oppressed countries. So certainly, I think many people in China, Russia, Vietnam, Zimbabwe, and all of the sanctioned countries are rooting for Lula for this and many reasons.
Absolutely. Well, Professor Danny Shaw, professor of Latin American Studies at City University of New York, and people can follow you on Twitter at Danny Shaw CUNY, CUNY. That's where they can see clips of your interviews and read your commentary. This was a great segment. So thanks so much for joining us and being part of our first Grayzone mega stream.
Yeah, I was going to say, make sure you get some rest. 4 hours and 10 minutes is no joke.
Man, I'm heading to the bar.
I'll meet you there. Thanks, bro.
All right. Peace. Hope to see you soon. All right. Thanks a lot. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. As I said, this was our first Grayzone mega stream, but we'll probably be doing some more, and we'll have some surprises for you in the near future. I don't want to ruin those surprises now. What I'm going to do with this stream, though, is something along the lines of what Jimmy Dore does and other streamers. When they have a lot of guests and a lot of segments, it's going to go private pretty soon, and I'm going to put up the segments on our YouTube channel. You can find it at thegrayzone.com, our YouTube channel, or just search The Grayzone on YouTube. This is also up at Rockfin, and we will be back soon, but just look for our YouTube channel for all of those segments. Thanks to everyone who participated in this. Afshin Rattansi, Roger Waters, Wyatt Reed, Alex Rubenstein, Anya Parampil, Aaron Mate. I would thank our producers and our technical team, but we don't have any. I'm the team. I did this all by myself, and we do it for love. We do it to educate the public and to break the media blockade. So thank you for supporting us on Patreon, patreon.com/Grayzone. I mean, that's what pays the bills. That's what pays for this studio. And thank you for, being a part of the chat. The chats are really important to every stream, and they help keep me entertained. So, yeah. And thanks for all the super chats. Too many to name. And as I mentioned, there will be more follow-up reporting from Alex Rubenstein on NAFO soon at the site. And we have a big scoop coming up. Just, follow this space. Peace.